Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you loud and clear. Yes, hello. Yes.
This is CIIR. I can hear you perfectly well.
This is your interpreter speaking. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Am I loud enough? Am I getting through loud and clear? Can you hear me? Okay, they probably cannot hear me.
Может, просто нас еще не подключили. IPA, Institute of Light Economic Research, ДКТА. Институт. Наверное, французских вопросов.
Welcome you at the Russian Presidential Academy. Could you please, yes. So, we're welcoming you at the Russian Presidential Academy of National Economy and Public Administration. And this is the 5th annual conference on the future of global governance. We are happy that our co-organizers are University of Toronto and Italian Institute for International Political Studies. So let me start with welcoming address by Vladimir Mao, Rector of the Russian Presidential Academy of National Economy and Public Administration. Please, Vladimir, the floor is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, could you hear me? I can't understand.
Yes, perfectly.
Perfect. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, let me greet you at this conference. And since I'm in the beginning, but not in the end, I wanted to thank very much those who participated in the organization of this conference, including our partners from University of Toronto and Italian colleagues, and Marina Larionova and Svetlana Lukash. Thank you very much indeed. Let me shift to Russian. I was asked to present in Russian. Уважаемые коллеги, дорогие друзья, я очень рад приветствовать вас на нашей ежегодной конференции. Безусловно, дискуссия в виртуальном пространстве не заменяет личное общение, но все же создает ценную возможность для совместного осмысления стоящих перед нами вызовов в выработке общих подходов решения к назревших проблем. Мы находимся в парадоксальной ситуации. Никогда, мне кажется, за последние 100 лет глобальная координация не была нужна так, как сейчас. И никогда она не кажется столь невозможной, как сейчас. Поэтому, ну, конечно, всякого парадокса и всякого кризиса есть выход, и мы рано или поздно его найдем. Но, конечно, вот встречи наподобие нашей, на мой взгляд, являются важнейшими краеугольными камнями, важнейшими точками для преодоления того глобального кризиса, который есть. Еще кризис 8-9 годов показал, что в основе наших проблем лежит конфликт между глобальными вызовами и отсутствием глобальных институтов регулирования. Мы думали, что двадцатка станет таким институтом. Собственно, двадцатка и родилась в результате этого кризиса. К сожалению, пока это не так, но, к счастью, двадцатка остается как институт, который может позволить тебе создание основ, необходимых основ глобального регулирования. Потери, риски и задачи 2020 года, конечно, беспрецедентные. Прежде всего, конечно, человеческие потери, это более 35 миллионов заболеваний, более миллиона умерших в мире, и это по самым скромным оценкам. И это потери эквивалента почти 500 миллионов рабочих мест, что условно снижение трудовых доходов населения на более чем 10%. Я могу приводить самые разные цифры. Здесь проблема сбоев в учебном процессе и проблемы эффективности функционирования системы здравоохранения. То есть, с одной стороны, то, что происходит, создает условия для появления новых инструментов, новых институтов, с другой создает чудовищные проблемы. Как экономист, экономический историк, я не могу не сказать, что для меня то, что происходит в национальном смысле, напоминает период Первой мировой войны. Не только по проблемам жертв, но и по проблемам, что на наших глазах рождаются новые институты. Какие-то из них будут, так говорить, долгосрочными, какие-то являются просто институтами, как сказали, военного времени. Мы до конца даже не знаем, какие из этих институтов временные, антикризисные, а какие вечные. Это тоже одна из задач, которая стоит перед нами, прежде всего перед экспертным сообществом. Конечно, будущие экономические историки очень четко нарисуют, какие контуры вот этого нового мира возникли на наших глазах. Они объяснят, что все было понятно изначально, но мы знаем, что все непонятно. Мы-то знаем, что только от наших усилий, от нашей координации и от нашей эффективности зависит дальнейшее развитие, дальнейшее устойчивое развитие мира. Конечно, очень серьезные проблемы возникают для развивающихся стран. Мобилизация внутренних ресурсов существенно усложняется необходимым выделением значительных средств на борьбу с пандемией, который приводит одновременно к снижению фискальных доходов и в связи с приостановкой экономической деятельности, падением туризма, падением цен на сырье, вообще трансформацией всей структуры современной экономики. Важным фактором риска стала и девальвация национальных валют, которая существенно повышает проблемы, долговые проблемы многих бедных и развивающихся стран. Россия здесь находится в особом положении, я бы сказал, привилегированном благодаря ответственной макроэкономической политике последних 20 лет. В отличие от большинства стран, в России очень низкий долг, и почти 100% государственного долга номинирован национальной валютой. То есть в этом смысле Россия имеет огромное пространство для возможности заимствования, тем более в современных условиях заимствование становится более в условиях достаточно низкой инвестиционной активности частного сектора, заимствование становится гораздо гораздо
factor
более
that
важным
makes it
фактором
possible to for Russia to
экономического
look
развития
better. And that's a
стран.
very important
Мы
factor of the economic
недавно
development
с Центральным
of
банком, я рад
other
приветствовать
countries.
здесь Ксению Юдаеву,
Recently, the
обсуждали
central
новые вызовы,
banks, so
которые
I'm
стоят
happy
перед
just to
Центральным
welcome
банком.
one of the
Это
central
действительно
bank.
очень важная
So it
проблема,
faces many
но
challenges.
я бы сказал шире, новые вызовы, стоящие перед государством. Вот мы привыкли к маске, мы говорим, что Центральный банк – это кредитор последней инстанции, вокруг этого тоже есть много дискуссий, но все чаще приходится читать и думать о том, что государство является не последней инстанцией. И в условиях, когда частный бизнес теряет вкус к риску, теряет вкус к инвестициям, что вполне можно объяснить и неопределенность технологических трендов, и низкая инфляция, поскольку низкая инфляция позволяет создавать предпочтение ликвидности, когда можно сберегать и не бояться потерять. В этих условиях государства должны брать на себя, по-видимому, вот эти вот инвестиционные риски и пользоваться дешевым долгом и существующими ресурсами для того, чтобы подстегивать инвестиционный процесс. Цифровые технологии, которые стали важнейшим ресурсом в борьбе с коронавирусной инфекцией и обеспечении экономической деятельности после пандемии, обладают, конечно, потенциалом для конструктивных преобразований, но они тоже могут углублять существующие противоречия, в том числе и неравенство. Неравенство как между странами, так и внутри стран. Вообще каждый глобальный кризис привел, во всяком случае, за последние 150 лет, имел один из результатов формирования новой интеллектуальной повестки, как в области философии, что мне менее близко, так и в области экономики. Для меня очевидно, что сейчас перед нами предважнейший интеллектуальный вызов, связанный и с проблемами осмысления нового осмысления качества роста, потому что один из важнейших вызовов, который я вижу, в что динамика экономического роста все более растущая динамика благосостояния. Мы видим много примеров, когда рост может ускоряться, а благосостояние падать, и наоборот.
Of the 20th century, but inequality, the way we understand it in the 21st century, inequality is related not only to the material inequality, but digital gap, intellectual gap. And this is the understanding of modern understanding of inequality. Because, for example, social inequality, some schools are better than others. And so then certainly everyone has a computer. So then students can study online. But there are some families that don't have good internet, don't have computers. And there's a digital inequality. It's a very serious problem that we face, the problem of digital inequality and other types of social inequality and the generation inequality, which actually compounds and snowballs eventually, that we need to pay attention to. And we need to look at things in perspective. And
конечно, новый кризис, который обрушился на мир, обостряет и проблемы климатических изменений, обостряет торговые конфликты,
and environmental issues,
создает проблемы с
another set of
институтами,
challenges
особенно там, где
related
они
to the relevant institutions in the area of science. And so because sometimes the quality leaves much to be desired. And the most dangerous development that we are destroying our mutual trust, because multilaterality
хотя на самом деле только это может способствовать
so that's the only thing that can contribute to overcoming the existing challenges that we have. And we need to recreate this level of trust
Мы знаем, что ЕМВФ и
countries, we
Всемирный
know
банк
that
выделяют
IMF and the
существенные
World
средства
Bank,
для
so
поддержки
they earmark a lot of money
стран, для
to
поддержки
support the
здравоохранения
developed
в целом
countries, to
ряде
support the
стран.
developed countries
Но одновременно мы
and
понимаем, что
the
финансовых
healthcare,
ресурсов, скорее
but at
всего,
the same time
будет
understand
не
that the
хватать.
financial resources are finite.
Здесь
And they will not be
нельзя не
enough.
отметить и
And
то,
so
что
we need to
делает
point
новый
out
банк
what
развития, который оперативно
what
одобрил программу
the new
выделения
Bank
ресурсов
of
для борьбы с
Development
пандемией
is
и ее
doing.
последствий в Китае, Индии,
So they
Бразилии,
are
Южной
mobilizing a
Африке,
lot of
объем
investments to fight
$1 миллиард. Ну, то есть новый банк стран
the
BRICS,
consequences of the pandemic.
И есть и другие позитивные примеры,
And so there are
но
other positive examples of
не
other
выстраиваются в
financial
единую
institutions' effort to help,
систему
but they are
отношений.
not
Вы знаете,
lined
когда
up
был
as a
школьником,
cohesive
я
system
как-то
of
прочитал
relationship.
в советской
That's what we
газете
need. So in the
фразу,
Soviet paper
что
many years
если
ago,
бы
I read
на
the
Землю
phrase,
напали марсиане,
so if the
Советский
Martians had
Союз
attacked
и
the
Соединенные
Earth,
Штаты легко бы
so
договорились о
the Soviet
взаимодействии и
Union
перестали
and
бы
the United States of
противостоять друг
America
другу.
would cooperate and
Этот
fight the
вирус,
Martians
он
together.
сравним
That would be
нападение
very easy.
марсиан.
And so then
Это
we can actually
реальная
liken it to
ситуация,
the attack of the Martians.
похожая на
So that's
войну.
where we need
Вирус
to
это
join
как иностранный
forces
генштаб,
with the
который
developed countries, with the
что-то
US,
замышляет. Мы не до конца знаем, что, мы не до конца знаем, какие будут наступления. Есть войска, они будут на тех, которые борются. Есть разведка,
So there is a reconnaissance.
Есть типичная проблема любой войны, это соотношение это проблема допустимых жертв, проблема соотношения между экономическими и человеческими потерями. Вот почти все признаки полноценной войны есть в нашей борьбе с коронавирусом. Нет только одного. Нет подлинного объединения сил Союза. Нет антивирусной коалиции. Я очень хотел бы, чтобы наша конференция была шагом к ее созданию. Я желаю вам, а значит нам всем успехов. Спасибо большое.
This antivirus coalition on a global level. Thank you very much. Большое спасибо. Большое спасибо, Владимир.
And at the beginning of our conference. And let me start the first session with the brilliant speakers. I would like to introduce that we have all the sides that could analyze the current situation, the sides of the government, the side of the financial regulator, the central bank. We have international organizations, and we have experts from the academia to rethink today what should be the global governance system post-COVID. So a lot of efforts were undertaken to get out of the crisis, mostly at the national level. However, international institutions also tried their best to support growth and restore recovery. Was their response sufficient? What should be the priorities, both for the governments and for international institutions now to cope with the consequences of the crisis and to put the recovery on the sustainable and strong path? Let's discuss it first with the distinguished speaker. Let me introduce to you Mr. Maxim Oreshkin. He's economic aide to the president of the Russian Federation and formerly Minister of Economy, very well acquainted with the global governance system, including the G20. So, Maxim, what would be your evaluation of what had happened and where we now? Thank you.
Thank you, Svetlana. I hope everything is okay with the connection and the sound. So answering your question, definitely, it's typical words, but we are living in exceptional times. We are having an exceptional crisis. It's not only economic, it's the crisis of the healthcare system, it's the crisis on the labor market, it's the crisis with the global trade. So almost all of the areas which surround us are touched by the crisis. If we look at the economy, we'll find out that global lockdown led to really deep downturn. It's deeper than the global financial crisis of 2008-2009. Actually, the only crisis that can be compared is the crisis of the 30s of last century, the Great Depression in the United States, and the crisis that hit almost all the countries at that point of time. And the decline of GDP on a global level is deeper than anything that we saw since the World War II. Of course, there is a reaction to those shocks. Reaction is happening on the national and on the international level. And if we look at the magnitude of those responses, definitely on the national level, it's much stronger, deeper. We see that many countries have implemented non-conventional steps in many areas. Lockdowns are non-conventional in the healthcare response. Deep fiscal stimulus backed by monetary support in many of the countries is also, unconventional stories, border closures. So a lot of things that were not seen before, and so the things that we cannot imagine are implemented during this year. But at the same time, on the international level, the response was really limited. And definitely international organizations in finance, in trade, or health, they are deeply behind the magnitude of the problems. Where we are now from the global economy point of view. So we're definitely deep into two simultaneous shocks. Structural, because of various limitations on national and global level, and cyclical, with global demand falling behind global potential GDP. And of course, the solution to those shocks, because they are really global in nature, cannot be found only on domestic level. The trade restrictions that we see, beggar the neighbor policies, lack of cooperation in healthcare, they all leading to a prolonged period of structural damage, of higher structural unemployment. At the same time, huge fiscal and monetary stimulus that I was mentioning, applied domestically, will never compensate for global situation, global cyclical downturn. So in my view, for the world to recover in all of the areas faster, we need to achieve two things. First, of course, we need to work on eliminating barriers in trade, health cooperation, many other areas to minimize structural damage. And at the same time, we need to make fiscal and monetary stimulus really global and not local. We need to make funds available not only to nations with sovereign financial systems like United States, Europe, or Russia, but to every country on the globe. And definitely, in my view, G20 should be the place where such actions should be agreed upon. And once again, acting on a standalone basis will result for the world as a whole in prolonged and painful recovery. Acting together definitely will result in much better outcome. And definitely one of the other important points is that if such new mechanisms are discussed and implemented on the G20 level, going forward, they should be working as some kind of automatic stabilizers. So there should be predetermined rules, predetermined available liquidity for those instruments. So those instruments should be available for everyone with no chance to politics to interfere. Only in that case, and such a safeguard net will be useful to prevent huge damage which we are facing this year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maxim. Just a very short question to you, because you mentioned that you evaluate the response from the international organizations as rather limited. What is the reason for that? Just in a few words.
Well, the reason is pretty simple, because the rules and the ways of how those organizations are operating are established long ago. They're definitely outdated. On the G20 level, there was a lot of discussions happening how to reform IMF, how to reform WTO, but nothing was done. So this is, the main reason why those organizations are not able to cope with the type and magnitude of problems that we are facing these days.
Thank you very much. That's very useful, especially for me as the person who's dealing with G20 and should be responsible also for its efficiency. But I would like to turn to Dr. Ksenia Yudaeva. She's first deputy governor of the Central Bank of Russia, and she was in the midst of response when the Russian government and the Russian Central Bank fought with the crisis. So, Ksenia, what is your perception? Do you think the financial authorities did their best? Or what should be done next so that we stabilize the current situation and get back to the recovery path? A bit technical problem, but I think it should be fixed very soon. The mic is on your side, Ksenia. I'm sorry for this technical mistake. Ksenia, may I ask you to wait a bit until we fix it? And I would like to turn to our co-organizer, to Mr. Franco Bruni, who is Vice President of the Italian Institute for International Political Studies and Central Europe and Global Governance. Franco, may I ask you what major issues, what major risks you foresee in the path of recovery? What areas should governments and international institutions pay special attention to? Thank you.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly.
Well, I think the state of global governance is not up to the task of the confrontation with the COVID-19. Several individual governments have been taking good measures, but a serious deterioration of international relations prevents to react in a coordinated fashion to a global shock. The European Union seems an exception, as it is preparing a set of innovative common measures, but global tensions create obstacles also to its endeavors. The appropriate global G20 guided measures should obviously move in many directions. And I have time to touch upon only one topic, and I would mention the excess of debt that the world had already before the COVID shock, and that will appear gigantic at the end of the pandemic. The great financial crisis of 2008 had been nourished by excessive increases in debts starting at the end of the last century. As it was cured with even more debts, the ratio of private and public debts to GDP can be estimated to have reached 250% in 2018, 100 points more than 20 years before, and 50 points more than in 2008. The average ratio of private and public debts to GDP in G7 countries plus Spain has grown from around 250% in 98 to nearly 300 in 2008, to much more than 500 in 2018. A lot of that has been monetized by central banks, pushing the world in a liquidity trap, and at the same time suggesting to some that high inflation might sooner or later become a problem. The Fed's balance sheet was around 13% of US GDP in 2010, 18% in 2019. At the end of September 2020, it was above 35%. As far as the ECB is concerned, the balance sheet is even more impressive, 20% in 2010, 60% at the end of September 2020 in proportion to GDP of the Euro area. I'm afraid all these numbers will be much higher at the end of the pandemic. And I wonder what could be done to at least start preparing some adjustment and prevent the diffusion of unsustainable debts and a financial crisis. Well, for public debts, I think some discipline in public finances will sooner or later re-emerge. But on the contrary, the issue of private debts, I think, could turn out to be overlooked. And the G20 should take care of this. We should instead design a strategy to change fiscal incentives that practically all over the world favor debts over risk capital, as they allow to detract interest from taxable profits. We should reinforce the obstacles to make bank loans to excessively indebted firms, reform pension systems and institutional investors to better channel savings towards good quality risk capital, favor small capitalists, and enhancing the reputation of capitalism itself by improving the governance and the transparency of the firms where relatively small savings can be invested. Very serious problems characterize also the external debt position of less advanced countries. Emerging countries like Turkey and Argentina, where past imprudent financial flows have been favored by the excessively low interest rates in the major financial countries, and less developed countries, including many of the poorest countries of the world. The World Bank estimates of the external debt of IDA countries with low and average income grew from 80% to 100% of their exports from 2010 to 2018, with a very small and declining percentage of multilateral debt from 11 to 8%. These numbers have probably much deteriorated during the last 2 years. Debt service has been suspended from May to December of the current year. Recent estimations have been done of the evolution of debt service of these countries until 2024 and of its composition in terms of creditor countries. This is also important. One aspect that emerges is the enormous and increasing weight of China's credit. The G20 will have to coordinate an effective plan of debt forgiveness and relief, and its diplomacy must deal with the very tricky political leverage that China will obtain from the bailout operation. Well, let me conclude just by stating that the G20 should devote a lot of attention and effort to cope in time with the excessive indebtedness of the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Franco. And you raised the most important issue, the financial cost of post-COVID support. So governments in total have provided around 12 trillion in fiscal support to households and firms. And definitely that led to excessive debt. Do you see, I will ask a bit later this question, but I think it's very good that we had a delay with Ksenia's intervention. And it is exactly the time not only to give the floor to Ksenia, but also to ask her to comment a bit on what Franco has said. Ksenia, please.
Well, thank you very much, Svetlana. Can you hear me now?
Perfectly, thank you.
Okay, that's good. Thank you very much. So let me start with the central bank policies. Well, I agree with those who said that this is a global crisis which was largely dealt with national responses. For central banks, it's quite natural because they have national mandates. But at the same time, we have a number of international arrangements for policy discussion, information exchange, experience exchange, which we used during this crisis. So let me just remind you what kind of measures central banks had to implement. Well, first of all, back in the end of February and particularly in March, central bank all over the world, central banks confronted with serious global financial crisis, which was comparable and sometimes even often even bigger than 2008 to 2009 financial crisis. This financial crisis required central banks to introduce a number of non-conventional financial stability measures. Basically, the problems I think which we faced is that although since 2009 we significantly improved the stability of the banking system, lots of financing were moved to market-based financial system, and that one proved to be sort of fragile. So central bank had to introduce many instruments comparable to, say, lender of last resort instruments for these kind of financial institutions, and often it resulted in central banks directly substituting these institutions as provider of finance to the real economy. So this is the first problem, and one aspect of that was that since we now have global financial systems, spillovers and spillbacks became more significant. So the Fed, for instance, this time around had to once again provide significant swaps and now even repo arrangements to the central banks from other countries, and that was in many extents related to potential spillbacks on American financial markets and on American economy, which could have materialized if it could have been done. And then, of course, already from the very beginning, but more importantly, as we go on, the role of central banks as not only financial stability, but monetary policy institutions is increasing. So central banks introduced massive easing in form of QEs in the case of advanced economy, in the form of interest rate decrease in the case of emerging economies. But for instance, many emerging economies, because of the problem of debt stability to some extent, as Frank has just said, have reached now the limit of how much more easing they can implement later on. So this is about policy. Now a little bit about on the issue of coordination. So as I said, if we speak of central banks per se, they have a number of arrangements which can be used for policy discussion, information exchange, experience exchange, and so on. This is FSB, Financial Stability Board, and its different committees. This is Bank for International Settlement in Basel, etc. So they were so central banks collaborated extensively within those frameworks, and there was lots of meetings, discussions. These organizations compiled the set of policy measures which central banks introduced and so on. Sorry, I forgot about one other set of policy measures. These measures introduced by central banks or regulators in cases where central banks are not regulators. These regulatory forbearance measures or use of buffers measures on the part of financial regulations, which were also used in order to minimize financial stability risks and guarantee that banking system and financial system will continue smoothly service financial needs of the real economy. So this is it. Now, let me speak sort of in the broader context of the role of the G20. And G20, also financial G20 had several virtual meetings this year, so it's quite fast. It came up with the traditional action plan, which had many nationally implemented measures and some international measures. I would say that the most important measure lies outside of the domain of the central bank. It's related more to financial ministries. This is the debt service suspension initiative. What is the idea? Well, I'll explain for the Russian public, we have this regulatory holidays for people, for example, who took debt. And this is some kind of debt holidays for small and poor countries, which allowed them to postpone debt payments, to postpone interest rate payments in order to decrease the pressure on their budget, which is already overburdened with spending on the with medical expenses and other directly related to the pandemic expenses, to relieve them from debt-related payments. So this was an important initiative where 43 borrowers participating at this moment, and many countries, lenders are part of this initiative, including Russia. Speaking on other financial institutions, for example, of the IMF, which has already been mentioned, IMF was also quite active. It's changed the types of, introduced new types of programs, which could be used during the pandemic. It's now already provided help to 81 countries. But what's interesting is that this time around, although the number of countries is quite large, the amount of resources, less than 65 billion of SDR or less than $90 million, doesn't look that big, right? And this is because this time around only poor country and poor or smaller emerging market countries mainly applied for the IMF resources. Some of the large emerging market countries, particularly at the early stage, applied for flexible liquidity line, but later on, many of them used the Fed swaps rather than these lines. So basically, in comparison, for example, to 2008, 2009, and particularly 2010, 2012 European crisis, not only our advanced countries like Greece or Spain, but also even larger EM countries were donors rather than borrowers in these kind of programs, and they preferred to rely on their own resources very often rather than apply for international help, and we can discuss what is the problem with the IMF and with other donors. But I think it was also the decision of countries themselves that they are now mature countries, so they have to try to solve all these problems, maybe with non-conventional measures, but on their own, rather than apply for international networks. So this is an important peculiarity of the crisis, and it's helped to stabilize. All domestic measures usually helps to stabilize domestic economy at the this year, and financial markets look relatively stable. However, I agree with Franco. We are in a new territory, right? The amount of debt is quite significant. So the longer term risks are not fully known yet, and we may face some problem related to longer term risks. One more comment on what Franco said, sort of more general comment, I think it's not particularly related to the pandemic, is this choice between debt or equity. I agree that we are in the last maybe 10, 15 years, we are in some sort of debt spiral and maybe financial stability risks spiral because of that. Because what we see by 2007, 2008, lots of debt were accumulated in the economy. Central banks introduced policies in order to stabilize the economy and prevent credit crunch, but it resulted in even more debt accumulated by now. So more significant kind of bigger problems were needed now to stabilize financial market, to stabilize that market. It may actually to even more debt. It's sort of worrisome, and definitely definitely I think we need to look at the equity story and figure out why equity market is shrinking, why companies do not like issue equity, less and less companies issue equity in the last 10 years, and maybe get rid of some stumbling block there to make risk sharing on the financial market redistributed by using more equity financing rather than debt financing. I'll stop here, and I'm ready to answer your questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ksenia, and thank you also for commenting on what Franco mentioned. And I also see you and Maxim echoing one idea that that responses on the national level and international level were different in their scale. So this dichotomy of responses at the national and international level only spurred the weak, maybe, response to the crisis from the global governance system. And let me now ask the true advocate of multilateral system and representative of one of the biggest international organizations which we are now a bit criticizing. I mean, not exactly this organization, but in general. I would like to turn to Andreas Schall, and he's director of the OECD Global Relations. OECD is really one of the biggest and major organizations that can advise on the prospects and ways for the recovery period. So Andreas, what's your recipe?
Thanks so much, Svetlana. Let me first say that it's such a pleasure being with you virtually in Moscow and seeing so many familiar faces, so many friends here on this panel. So it was a great pleasure that we accepted to be in this panel. Let me say that at the beginning, I'm not sure whether we are the biggest international organization, but we very much hope that we are among the smartest. So we have issued 215 policy briefs on a COVID hub in order to really have a quick response to the crisis. We are working for the G20 in order to have an internationally coordinated response. We, of course, stand ready to partner because we really believe that this is the most important thing to do at this moment. Let me take a step back. I mean, as mentioned by Vladimir Mao and Maxim Oreshkin, also by Ksenia Yudeva, I mean, this is a crisis without precedent in modern history. The last great pandemic, the influenza following the Great War, unfolded in a world that was far less interconnected. When we think in terms of flows of goods and people, routes, institutions, not to mention the digital economy. Today the good news is we are much better prepared than a century ago to manage the health impact of COVID-19, but it has triggered, here I'm fully with Maxim Oreshkin, it has triggered an immense economic shock of a magnitude never seen before. Many of our economies contracted up to 20% in the second quarter. Only one G20 economy, China, is forecasted to register positive growth in 2020. We project global contraction of 4.5% this year with a rebound possibly in 2021 by 5%. But if you look at the hardest hit countries across the world, there are record declines of 10% of GDP as a whole. So this means that we need to attack the growth question going forward in international cooperation, because I very much agree with Maxime that this growth potential will not come only from internal stimulus. It will come from exports. It will come from trade and investment. It will come from how we are able to re-inject the international engine of international trade and investment. So the first part of the crisis, again, full support what Maxime said on that, was characterized by unilateral action of countries, strong fiscal policy measures, strong monetary policy measures, but also restrictions in the borders, restrictions in the movement of people, export border closures. And this action was taken very often in an uncoordinated way among countries. So this has led to now a contraction of 20%, 15% in world merchandise trade in the second quarter, 20% minus in remittances, 80% in the tourism sector. So this is where we stand currently. So as like the crisis of 2008, 2009, this calls for strong international cooperation. And I agree with those of you who said that there are the G20, of course, which we created as a response to the 2008, 2009 crisis at a leaders level. And Russia was instrumental. And I remember the Russian presidency where Ksenia Yudeva was Sherpa in St. Petersburg, where we really pushed forward international coordination for growth. We pushed forward the tax agenda, but we need to have an effort to re-inject also the driving force there. And we at the OECD believe that in this context, we need to change the growth model we have. We need to have a growth model that is at least threefold. First, we need a growth model that is more resilient. So we need to scale back all the trade and investment restrictions. We need to look into infrastructure that is resilient, invest in the infrastructure, in connectivity, also in a regional context, focus on a framework for the digital economy to flourish. Second, we need to look into a growth model that is more inclusive than the one we had in the past. Make sure that every pupil at the school has access to an iPad, that every school has access to internet. These are things which became very obvious, even in my own country, in Germany, and even with my own kids who were there pupils in the school who had no access to computers or tablets and things like that. So there is a huge potential to move there. This inclusive growth dimension goes also in the international environment. And here I'm with Paulo on the question of debt release, very important. And the third dimension, Svetlana, if I may, I want to put on the table is the green and the sustainable dimension. We need to continue to show that green and growth go together, invest in green technologies, and make sure that we also attack issues like climate change in the current rebuilding back better. So this would be my 3 points, what the OECD is proposing. Happy to and ready to partner. And let me conclude by saying that international multilateral cooperation has never been as important as it is today. And we need to re-inject it all. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Andreas. Also, that's very interesting because I'm hearing today for the second time that we need to build now a model of the new quality of growth. Both you and Vladimir Mao mentioned that it is one of the crucial points. And I would like to turn to Deborah Greenfeld. And Deborah, I'm turning to you at the end of our speakers list because you are in the unique position now. You have the legacy of the major international organization. You've been 5 years till this year Deputy Director General of International Labour Organization. But now you can evaluate the situation from the outside. So I hope for your very, well, maybe more critical view. And let me say that the crisis always have winners and losers, but many people like low-skilled workers, women, young people have been vulnerable even before the crisis and suffered more in it. So what's your impact primarily on people and societies, and what shall we do next, please?
Thank you, Svetlana. Can you hear me?
Yes, great.
Great. Thank you so much for the invitation to participate in this conference and to join so many distinguished panelists today. As you said, I'm going to be speaking in my private capacity, having just retired from the International Labour Organization, but I do embrace the ILO's perspective, of course, and I'll be relying on it. I think it's very important to situate what's happening now within the overall pre-COVID context. And that's because what's happening now is exacerbating pre-existing challenges related primarily to the range of inequalities we have seen around the globe for so long, whether it's wages, gender equality, you name it. So my overall message right now is that global policies need to prioritize inequality and the achievement of social justice. Let me suggest the following. I agree with all of my fellow panelists that to date, the multilateral response, despite the efforts of organizations like the OECD, like the ILO, in terms of policy prescriptions, the multilateral response has been very weak. But I don't advocate creating new or different institutions at this point. I think there's no time, there's no appetite, and perhaps there's no point. The broad-based commitment to collective action exists already in words in the G20 through the Sustainable Development Goals, for example, and now it's time to put those into action. Let me provide some caveats. 2 huge caveats, both about what I would call agency and both interrelated. Global governance needs to become far more inclusive of the countries that are suffering the most. And when we talk about building resilient and equitable economies, we need to provide agency to both employers and workers in the formal and informal economy through robust social dialogue. My third caveat, as you said, having lived through many G20s, is that global governance, and particularly the G20, institutions like this tend to look at the world in a fragmented way. That is, finance is separate from labor, which is separate from climate, etc. We desperately need an integrated approach in which the allocation of global resources isn't simply driven by traditional monetary and fiscal policy. And I do think this requires a radical reorientation in the way the G20 thinks about global issues. And it also requires much more reliance on international labor standards. Let me suggest a few priorities to illustrate my point. Fiscal stimulus. At the time of the G20 Extraordinary Virtual Summit, those countries had allocated roughly $5 trillion in fiscal stimulus. But this didn't translate into worldwide assistance at all. According to the ILO, we have what is called a stimulus gap, and it's about 980 billion US dollars in low income and lower middle income countries. That's what it would take to match the average level of stimulus relative to working hour losses in high income countries. Now, for low income countries, this is less than 1% of the total value of the fiscal stimulus packages announced by high income countries. So it is not a huge effort to engage in the kind of assistance that we need if we're going to tackle the global inequalities that have become exacerbated through the COVID crisis. So not only do we need a commitment of resources, but if we're going to build back an economy that's more sustainable and leads to greater equality, we need platforms that involve the most hard-hit countries themselves. Beyond immediate relief, we need to find solutions to global issues like informality. As we know, over 60% of the world's workers are in the informal economy. And the first month of the crisis resulted in a decline in earnings of informal workers of 60% globally. Now, what might this response entail? I agree completely with Andreas that we need investments in infrastructure, in physical, digital, and social infrastructure. We need a global commitment to social dialogue, and we need to rethink global supply chains. We need a global commitment to due diligence, for example, which can come about through legislation, through international labor standards, through the kind of work the EU is doing. Let me turn very briefly to social protection. We have seen assistance in the form of immediate cash transfers to cushion the loss of income around the world. But if this doesn't translate into building sustainable, universal social protection systems, we will have squandered an enormous opportunity. Now, many countries lack the fiscal space to build these systems, and they're going to need help. We know how to build these systems because we have international labor standards that will guide us in a global response. And again, this is just one illustration of how international labor standards can provide the backbone to global governance for economic and social policies. The international financial institutions need to adjust their conditionality principles because we're not talking about social safety nets that can get cut in order to balance budgets. We're talking about universal social protection systems with floors that endure throughout crises. Finally, let me turn very briefly to gender equality. We know that the pandemic has had a disproportionate impact on women. As the ILO has noted, 40% of all women work in the hardest hit sectors like services and garment. They're at the front lines of healthcare. They bear a greater burden of unpaid care work. But global governance requires that our macroeconomic policies reorient themselves to become gender sensitive at all stages. And this illustrates, in my view, the need for us to integrate in platforms like the G20 all of our goals. So let me conclude by saying that time is running out. Our current fragmented approach that's controlled by the richest nations and traditional institutions and traditional theory will perpetuate inequalities. We need a radical rethinking. And international organizations like the ILO, like the OECD, have provided a strong evidence base for progress that needs to be taken seriously. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deborah. And as we heard all of our speakers, actually we heard a large number of evaluations and solutions, what to do next. All of them actually should go directly to the policymakers. And we have one policymaker in our panel, the person who directly can influence the policy, at least of one country, Russia. Maxim, I cannot stand the temptation to ask you to comment a bit on what was said by our speakers, please.
Thank you, Svetlana. Maybe I will comment on the point that was raised by Franco, because I believe that such point of view can be a big threat for the global economy going forward. What do I mean? Franco mentioned that there is the risk of high inflation coming due to the problem of high level of debt within the global economy. What I believe is important to say is that, in my view, high inflation can only come as a result of excessive demand. And balance sheet size of the central banks, debt levels doesn't matter unless they are leading to spike in demand. So the situation that we are witnessing these days globally shows that we are nowhere near to the problem of excessive demand. We have inflation dynamics in most of the countries really weak. And despite all the stimulus, despite all the debt accumulation, the inflation dynamics is still really weak. So, the problem is not that we should be afraid of inflation. The problem is that we should be afraid of not enough demand. So, in the current environment, I totally sure that it will be a big mistake to cut stimulus based on, so-called debt risks. Once again, we in any country globally these days should come out of stimulus measures only if we believe that the demand level is adequate, and we did everything to compensate for the shortfall of demand that is, the direct result of the crisis that we are facing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we have just a couple of minutes, but I want to take at least one question from the audience to all of our speakers. And you may answer this question and maybe add something in response to what you have noticed and want to comment from other speakers on the panel today. So the question is from Nicholas Schubitz. Do you think we need a universal basic income to boost aggregate demand and make debt repayment serviceable? Do you think we need a universal basic income to boost aggregate demand and make debt repayment serviceable? So may I ask again and start with Ksenia, please?
Well, I don't know why central banks. Well, anyway, I think that universal income should be financed somehow. So introduction of universal income globally definitely would not solve the problem of debt per se. So I think that this is the, and there are also various effects on incentives, which introduction of universal income can have. I'm not sure if it's going to be a universal solution which will solve all of our problems. It's definitely the concept which we have to look at in more details. But again, I wouldn't bet that it will solve all the problems. It might create new ones as well. Quite serious. And sort of as far as the previous issue is concerned, right, the issue of debt sustainability, how important it is it. I agree that we face the problem of aggregate demand, but unfortunately, financial stability risks and confidence loss can be a problem which can shake the system from time to time and even create more problems with aggregate demand. This is the vicious circle which is spoke about before. So I think that this is also an area where we need to think more creatively about the solutions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ksenia. May I ask Vladimir Mao, who's with us during the panel, what's your answer, please?
Well, thank you. I think it's a very important question, but as usually it is not general answer to this question. So, the problem of basic income very much depends on the type of economic performance and on the level of economic development of definite country. And it also depends on what do we consider as universal basic income. So what do I mean? First of all, it's quite strange to stimulate demand when the dominant is supply side shock. And we should, of course, supply side shock is often followed by demand side shock, but say a regional crisis in spring started with the demand shock. And we know from the 70s, when you try to compensate the shock of supply, sorry, it was supply side shock, when you try to concentrate the shock of supply by stimulation of demand, it results in stagflation, as it used to be. And I still believe that we have to be very careful, even in this long period of low inflation, with the structural reasons for low inflation, the risk of stagflation still exists, particularly with the countries of quite bad credit history of monetary policy. So stimulation of demand in the case of supply side shock is a quite dangerous thing. Second, it depends on what do we consider. For instance, for Russia, in Russian case, I believe that the policy which would compensate those who have income below life subsistence level is quite a good thing. It is a mechanism to concentrate support to those who really need it, and it could be considered as a type of universal basic income. But it's not the money which is paid to everybody, but it is the money which increases revenue income of those who are below poverty line, and this is quite reasonable and cool from both social and macroeconomic perspective. Of course, government needs money for this. It could not be just from printing press. So it is universal basic income is a good thing, but it's not universal thing, I would say.
Thank you very much. Well, we heard voices of two distinguished Russian economists. I need to ask Maxim Oreshkin, what will be your answer, please?
Thank you. Well, here I totally agree with Professor Mao, because, you know, we're talking about that the stimulus is needed, but in each of the country, the structure of that stimulus should be monetary, should be fiscal, what type of fiscal stimulus should be, what type of spending should be. It definitely depends on the structure of the economy, on the situation in the particular economy. So there is definitely no universal answers what should be done. In some of the countries, it definitely might be universal basic income, but definitely not for all of the countries. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Franco, please, could you please answer the question and also maybe very briefly comment, if you would like, on others' interventions.
Thank you. I agree with what has been said about universal income, basic income. I don't think it's feasible at a global level. Each welfare system must move in directions that can solve the basic problems of social sustainability. If I can, I would like to point to the criticism that I had on my reference to inflation. I wasn't meaning that inflation is a very urgent problem. I think we're going to have first a financial crisis and maybe later inflation. But I don't agree that high inflation can only come when there is excess demand. We have seen in history also, and not so far away in time, stagflation, where inflation goes together with a situation where the supply is constrained, for instance, by protectionism, by the deterioration of international relations, by wars, by various problems, including COVID, because COVID is blocking supply. So inflation is and can be a problem. I don't want to stress it too much. If I have time, I could also agree very much with what Deborah said about the need to integrate the approach of G20 and put things together so that we don't see a lot of different discourses that don't result in a clear strategy. And I hope that Italy will be able to help in this direction with the G20 of 2021. And we will do our best to simulate G20 with the T20 work that we will try to coordinate from ISPI.
Thank you very much, Franco. Yes, I must mention to the audience that Franco will be one of the key persons during the next year of Italian presidency of the G20, I mean the Think 20 pillar. But now may I ask also Andreas, to answer the question if you wish, or to comment on what you've heard at the panel.
Thanks so much, Svetlana. First of all, full support to Franco's last point and Deborah's on the G20. Happy to support any integrated approach from our side, because I really think it's important to see things through the three lenses of resilience, green, inclusive. So full support for that. On the question, we are doing a lot of research on this question about in which societies, in which regions, universal basic income might be a useful tool to advance societies. So here I am again with Franco. One needs to see the national context. But let me say, this is the answer from an economist. But if you ask me as a diplomat, I was always taught that whenever you don't know the answer, you ask a question against a question. And so my answer to this question would be, what do you think is the better way for a society to go forward? If you give a kid the prospect of a universal basic income, or if you give a kid a pen, a laptop, a tablet. So I think we need to think more complex about what will be the driving forces in our societies before we just go to kind of simple social policy answers to a demand side problem. So this would be my answer to the question. Thanks so much for being with you.
Thank you, Andreas. Yes, I agree with your point. And so last turn, well, to Deborah. And yes, so this question, I think it is very relevant to what you've said at your intervention. But also we have one particular issue for you with the fourth industrial revolution and automation of jobs. What are the measures the countries can undertake to avoid unemployment? Well, a very good question, but I think it will take another session to answer. So please answer the first question and maybe a couple of remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Svetlana. Let me see if I can answer this complex question by just hinting at a few answers or issues that need to be considered. I think this is all a question of policy choices. I'm not in general a fan of universal basic income as a solution to whether it's aggregate demand or poverty or social protection. And there are many reasons for that. We can't go into that here. I'm more an advocate for deep structural transformation in economies and in societies, transforming low productive economic activities into much more highly productive activities. When we look at the potential for agriculture, it's tremendous. When we look at the potential to transform low productivity work into carbon neutral, highly productive green activities, the potential is enormous. When we look at building social protection systems that will help people through the transitions that they will face because of technology, the potential is enormous. So I am more in favor of broad-based transformation of economies and societies than simply handing out money. And I think I will stop there. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Exactly. You stopped at the most crucial thing. That's what I wanted to end with is actually it's really all about policy choices and what we can use all of them. We've heard of them during the panel, but what we definitely should not do in the post-COVID period is returning back to normal, what we had before the crisis. So let's use this opportunity to really deeply structure our economies and put the global governance in a more sustainable and inclusive way to serve people who should be definitely in the center of our policies. Thank you very much to all the participants. I especially wanted to thank Deborah, because it's 4 a.m. now for her. And also I see the screen, John Kirton from the University of Toronto. John, you also joined at midnight, so it's amazing. I'm happy to see you. So everyone, thank you very much for taking time, for participating, and I will pass the floor to Natalia Volchkova with apologies for taking a bit of time from her session. Thank you very much.
Hello. Thank you, Svetlana, and it was very excellent discussion. So it's get a lot of important inputs to the continuing in our session. And our session will be about coordination of policies to help global recession, to deal with global recession and restoring of international trade in targeting a sustainable growth and development. So as Vladimir and other speakers already emphasized that this crisis is different, and it's different also with respect to international trade. The important feature of this crisis as is the demand shock, which has very which cannot be addressed fully by monetary policies, and structurally different sectors were affected very differently, and size of business affected is also quite diverse. It's both small businesses and very, very big businesses are affected in several sectors. And a lot of uncertainty. Uncertainty is enormous, and time does not help to deal with uncertainty, So all these important reasons why international trade is affected very seriously. And personal contacts, trust between parties in international trade used to be an important prerequisite for trade. This, by hitting this essence of international trade current crisis, affects extensive margins of trade mostly. So will a new form, so distant international trade or a remote international trade emerge in these circumstances? And important, the unfortunate situation is that this crisis happened in a period when the key international institutions of international trade governance are in deep crisis. Their potential to affect situation is very limited. They themselves require reforming and new grounds. Worldwide authorities undermine international obligations in favor of own political short-term interests, and forgetting the very reason how this international framework emerged decades ago. International commitments are an important tool to stabilize domestic economy. That is what is forgotten by many developed and developing countries. So, not surprisingly, that in these circumstances, the role of international, regional trade and economic cooperation increases. So, I would ask this first question: how regional integration and regional institutions of international cooperation deal with the current crisis, how they can address the problems of current situation. And I ask this question to Natalia Stapran, the director of the Department of Multilateral Economic Cooperation and Special Projects of Ministry of Economic Development of the Russian Federation. Natalia, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Natalia. Although I was going to talk in Russian, but I think it will be quicker and easier for everyone to catch the sense if I will deliver some remarks in English. So I would try to be short, and I would like to tackle 2 points. First, not to repeat all the marvelous speakers from the first session who almost outlisted all the tendencies and mega trends raised by COVID. I would like to share just 3 ideas, which seems to me like very visible and important in our days. And the second part of my intervention, I would shortly update you on what we are, as the Department of Multilateral Economic Cooperation, do in our agenda, being the presidency of BRICS, and what we try to plan and to do for the further years of our multilateral cooperation, as an example. As our speakers already mentioned, I would say, and I would point out 3 main tendencies, as I would say. First is the replacement of multilateral economic diplomacy by, if not unilateral, probably plurilateral, but bubble coordination of independent states. That's what we definitely see, and that's what we definitely suffer. And previous speakers already told us that the multilateral formats proved to be very weak in this pandemic situation. And this unilateralism raised by COVID has several layers. It's not only economic fragmentation or national egoism or protectionism, which we see. It doubled by individual social distancing and self-isolation, and even today's format proved that we're talking in our screens, laptops, not dealing with each other, even trying to connect, but anyway, we are separated by all those digital means. And here comes the second trend, which I would like to point out, is the, so to say, humanization of the world economy. we should admit that this crisis, this economic crisis, is the first ever crisis when the human is the goal and the only purpose how to deal with it. So we can say that profit-oriented economic growth is replaced by human-centered economic recovery. And that is what we see also in many dimensions. And what is happening over, it's not only medical services, educational services, but the economy itself. If before we were thinking about profits, about growth, what we can do today, the main goal is to save human lives. And I would rather say that never before the crisis was dealt with in that way. And in connection with this human orientation, I would say that the sustainability agenda is gathering importance. As already been said, many aspects of sustainability agenda is proving to be more and more important. It's not only UN Agenda 2030 goals, but it's green development, sustainable development, carbon flow, yes, discussion within European Union and many other countries. All that forms that human in the new world is no longer aiming at the profit and at, how to say, weak economic growth. I would probably agree with Maxim Oreshkin, who said that it's no longer the problem of growth, it's the problem of demand. We can admit that no longer we will see the same kind, the same structure of economic demand in the economy. And that's another big question for all of us, how to deal with it. It means that we cannot deal with this situation within old instruments. And the third trend, which comes from the first two, is this global digitalization. I would even say that global digitalization replaced digital globalization, which happened before. There is no longer globalization in the former sense of this definition. It's not territorial conjunction. We definitely see a lack of global regulation, which can be raised, and here we again come to this weakness of multilateral formats. So those three trends, unilateralism, humanization of economy, and global digitalization, I would say vertical digitalization on different layers of economy, are the main trends which we as the presidency of BRICS took into account when we delivered and tried to update the strategy. One of our tasks, I would inform those who are not probably well aware of what we are doing within BRICS, was to deliver the new 5-year strategy and to find out the common approaches to the economic development in the upcoming 5 years. When we started evaluating and updating the previous strategy, there was no COVID. It was the end of 2019. And even at that time, we decided to put 3 main ideas, 3 main blocks to the strategy. It's trade and economy, it's digital economy and digitalization, and sustainable development. And when COVID happened, we updated, we once again looked at that strategy, understood that all those 3 priorities proved to be very important and even more important than they were in 2019. We are still trying to find common approaches. We're discussing the final version of this strategy, but I hope that we will find those common approaches, although you know that member countries of BRICS are very different in in their economies and the structures in priorities. But at the same time, those three dimensions are still proved to be very important, and probably my Chinese co-speaker from this session will also somehow comment on what we are doing. I hope that we will be able to present the common result, and this common result will prove that multilateral cooperation still has its chance to survive. So please wish us all the best results, and I am ready to give more comments on what we are doing in details, but at this moment I will stop. Natalia.
Thank you, Natalia, and I hope we'll have more opportunities to discuss your views and what else is done by the Minister of Economy and with regard to BRICS and other regional initiatives. But now I want to address, to give a floor to another speaker and ask him some questions. So I would say that to some extent we are lucky that this crisis happened today in 2020. Then it might happen 20 years ago when digital infrastructure was not there. And then I could not even imagine how we would deal with this situation in that setting. So digitalization of the world economy helps a lot, and it helps international trade as well. Trade moves into digital, and it of course requires it puts new demands on the quality of this infrastructure, but trade may also takes new forms. And these trade and services, which are facilitated by digital infrastructure. It also raises a lot of questions of regulation, both at national and international level. But it also gives chances, and I can imagine that in a few years, trade and services will be comparable in volumes to trade in goods, which also a good news maybe, and it's new. It gives new opportunities. So I would like to give a floor to Akshay Maithur, the director of the Observer Research Foundation from Mumbai. And Indian experience is very important in that regard. India was at the forefront of this new trade and service development for a few decades already. And what is your views on the opportunities of trade and services, and both in the world and in the region?
Thank you very much. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Madam Chair, thank you very much. And thank you to RANEPA for inviting me. It's the first time, but I've heard so much about this conference and I was really looking forward to it. I wanted to focus my intervention on 2 points, which is really the measurement of trade in services and measurement of the digital economy. I know that this session is around international cooperation, and that's really important. And it is also about looking at new areas and how we can trade with each other. Most of the times when I am interacting with policymakers and with other scholars here in India, the challenge we are increasingly finding is that there is very little information on trade in services and on the digital economy. Now, trade in services is not a new concept. The general agreement of trade in services started in the mid-90s, so it precedes what we today call the digital economy. But it has garnered steam. If you remember, in the early 2000s up till 2010 and 2012, the IT and the BPO industry from India was something particularly a signature industry for India. And so the Indian government made a lot of attempts to start gathering data on our information technology exports and services exports and imports. What has happened over time is that when we talk about trade and services, there used to be a time when the focus was really only on information technology and BPO. And very few people understand, especially in India too, and policymakers, that when we look at the definition of the trade in services, especially when we look at it, the WTO definition, it also includes all the other categories. So there are 12 categories, and IT makes up just one or two. There is education, there is health, there's retail, there's logistics, there's construction. There are a lot of other categories that make up trade and services, and finding data on all those other services is really, really hard. And what is really important for policymakers is to find data on exports of these services. Now, like I was saying, IT and BPO, we had started to understand how to measure them. And, measuring health exports or health services exports and imports, education services and imports, retail was not even important because there was not that much health export. There were very few companies going out to set up or doing cross-border trade in education or cross-border supply of services in health. It was emerging, but not that much. Now with COVID, all these services have gone online. There used to be a famous saying haircut is an example, which is a service which is not traded anymore, which can't be traded across borders. It is something very local. Actually, that's no longer true, right? I mean, there could be like a barber sitting in some other part of the world giving advice on how to cut your hair. And that is an export of a service. And so trade in services has also evolved. It's not just IT BPO. And education has become online, health has gone online, retail has gone online. And so we need a renewed effort to try and see how we can measure trade in services. What has also happened is that while we were still tackling the importance of trade in services, the digital economy has come about. So we had not even quite mastered how to measure trade in services. Now we have the additional challenge of measuring the digital economy. See, what has happened with trade in services, 2 or 3 fundamental shifts took place. But I want to mention one big thing in terms of data collection. The trade in goods, it was primarily the customs and ports, where the documentation was done. But when it comes to trade in services, it's actually the central bank that became the repository of that information of the services being traded. So already when it comes to policy architecture and data collection, it's the central banks have now become the record keepers of the trade and services numbers. Same thing is going to now start happening with the digital economy. Now, this is a global governance conference, so a lot of you may know that a serious discussion on digital economy is taking place at the G20. OECD has put out some papers. IMF has put out some papers on how to measure the digital economy. We have some serious challenges because there are definitional issues. At least trade and services we had defined. The WTO had taken some time, took many years to come up and define here are the 12 categories that comprise of trade and services. With digital economy, we don't have that understanding. We don't have that global understanding, a global definition. If you define digital economy too narrowly, it's only the IT services and the digital services. If you define it too broadly, it could include all the industries in the economy because all the industries use the digital services in some way or the other. So we are struggling with the definition of the digital economy. We are struggling with coming up with solutions on how to measure the digital economy. IMF has suggested maybe we should only take IT services, IT and BPO, and we should take online platforms like Airbnb, and then we should take the big tech companies like Facebook and social media applications. Then there are other papers from MIT professors, for instance, that have recommended we should look at consumer surplus. So in fact, the OECD paper, the paper that OECD did for the G20 has documented over 40, I think there are over 60 methods now by which digital economy can be measured. I, for one, don't have a solution to offer on this forum, but I wanted to just make one last point on what is happening in India. The definition of digital economy is such a problem that we've just gone by our general industry norms to say that our digital economy is probably around $250 to $300 billion, which is about 10% of the Indian economy. Every policymaker and scholar knows that this is probably a conservative estimate, because the activities of the digital economy are far greater, much more than 10%. Now what is happening is that we're trying to look for tools that will give us a better understanding on how it is measured. So one area, one particular platform that has become quite instrumental in understanding how we might measure the digital economy and trade in services is turning out to be our tax network. So the country has launched a new tax network about 2-3 years ago. And it's not important to understand what the tax network does, but it's more important to know that the database that the tax network provides is turning out to be quite a source of information, because when all the companies file their taxes, they're able to categorize what they're exporting and what kind of product they're exporting. And so suddenly the tax network has become a really important source of data on trade and services and digital economy. So what I will do is that I'm going to stop here, and I'm happy to take on more questions. Just to underline my intervention, to say that the next generation of international cooperation, the next phase of international cooperation, especially when it comes to global policymaking and trade cooperation, has to be on measurement of trade and services and on the digital economy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Akshay. I share all your concerns, and I would even say that whenever I start teaching international trade course, I always say my students that we will talk about international trade and international trade in goods mostly. Unfortunately, international trade in services is very little known, researched, because of lack of data. And central banks are the bodies that are responsible for data, but unfortunately there is very little done, and international platforms like OECD, we have data for OECD, but that's only the major source of data, unfortunately. So I would say that this current situation and development of trade and services in this current crisis is a very important reason why we should bring this issue to the policy makers, and I hope that Natalia will later also comment on how BRICS and Minister of Economy of Russia and BRICS can help to facilitate the development of data on trade and services available to researchers, because we need to understand and analyze these trends to provide better advice on how to regulate it. But next speaker of our session, Ivsey Tomovich-Gurvich, is a head of the Economic Expert Group, a member of the Public Council at the Ministry of Finance of the Russian Federation, and his experience of advising Minister of Finance over already 2 decades is very important to have in this our discussion, because international trade is not just transaction of goods and services across a border, it's also financing of this transaction, and this is a very important part of the story. Without international trade financing, there will be no international trade. And so what are the lessons of the previous crisis that we learned, how financing and governance of financing in international platforms can facilitate development of international trade in crisis situation. Ivsey Tomovich, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Natalia. Before we talk on what could and should be done today to address the pandemic crisis, it makes sense to have a short look back to the previous international crisis, the Great Recession. G20 decisions were aimed then at both smoothing the implications of that crisis and at the same time to prevention of crisis in the future. One of key lessons learned from the Great Recession was importance of financial stability. The G20 supported a development of macro-prudential policy standards, then taken under financial stability under control. This was quite important, helpful, and we had excellent implications. The crisis, like the Great Recession, never happened again. But on the other hand, these efforts did not help to prevent a new, even more devastating crisis, the pandemic one. My conclusion is that perhaps we had too narrow comprehension of the Great Recession problems, and then in the subsequent years, the global economy was preparing to the past crisis, not to the forthcoming one. Hence, my first point is that we need a broad vision of the current problems to prevent new crises. Then prophylaxis, the dimension of G20 policy should be not to prevent new pandemic crisis, but to take under control all critical risks. There are plenty of important risks, but everybody is focused mainly on global warming and natural disasters. And maybe we should give much more attention to other important risks like cyber attacks against that could hit critical infrastructure objects, or complex risks containing several links, several sources of danger. It's important to then one of the important objectives of the global governance should be revealing and estimating all major risks, measuring their possible adverse impact, and evaluating preparedness of global economy to these risks. We need some instance that should implement these tasks. Maybe World Bank could take responsibility for some of these tasks, but this is to be discussed. It's impossible to foresee all numerous risks, but at least financial risks are not the only one that we should take into account, and to which we should be prepared. Next, we turn to the today's crisis and its problems and agenda of G20 related to these problems. To me, there is a gap between the quite different nature of this crisis as compared to the Great Recession, a quite different scale of its problems, and to similarity of the agenda considered by G20 with that considered last time. We again talk about preventing trade barriers, about not stopping reforms, and about infrastructure investment. This is fine, and definitely these are the most urgent problems and measures, but to me this is not enough. If we look forward, if we think about and forthcoming problems, we should first recall that in the aftermath of the Great Recessions, most countries of G20 had severe problems with fiscal stability. And today, generosity of fiscal stimulus is by far larger than in 2009. On average, the IMF predicts that on average, G20 countries will have deficit exceeding 15% of GDP this year, not to say about the record high 24% deficit, fiscal deficit in the US. We should, hence, to me, we should think about trade-off between the anti-crisis measures and the necessity to keep fiscal stability. How we should address this problem of fiscal stability later. Then, if we talk about the recovery, we should again not to forget that this time the recession has a quite different nature. And first of all, I don't believe that output in some sectors will recover to the pre-crisis level even in the next 5 or 7 years. And hence the recovery should include not only increased recovery of volumes, but also restructuring of the composition of economy. And this is by far more ambitious task, more difficult problem that we should discuss. To me, we should talk by far more about the labor market problems. Even in 10 years, some countries had enormous unemployment. In 10 years after the Great Recession, some countries had enormous unemployment like Greece or Spain. And today some countries have, even US has over 10% unemployment. We should think how to address this problem, and Russia has a quite positive track record in flexibility of the labor markets. Hence, to me, we should broaden the reforms agenda and think how to address this more broad agenda of recovery. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alexey Tomovich, for your very thoughtful presentation of the risks and lessons that we learned from previous crisis and how it provides the grounds to deal with the current situation. And our next speaker in this session is Zhu Zejin, Associate Professor from School of International Relations and Public Affairs from Fudan University. So our Zhu Zejin is from China, and China was the first country that was hit by this crisis, and it is very important to learn the lessons, how policy addressed the situation, and what are the expectations from the development of international trade by Chinese economies. And the important also question that I want to ask, how China sees the opportunities that WTO, this multilateral institution of international world trade, can address the situation and what are the future of WTO, and how the regional trade and economic cooperation can help to restore the multilateral institutions of international trade.
Okay. Okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you, Natalia. Thank you, Marina. And I'm very glad to see the old friends and new friends today. Yeah, long time, long time no see. Yes. So today, I want to share the my PPT. I have made a PPT. So now, can you see the PPT?
Not, yeah, we see now.
It's okay, for the PPT, right?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Yes, this time, I want to talk about China in this COVID-19 and also mainly from the finance, I mean, the perspective, you know, the two new international financial institutions based in China. I did some interviews with BRICS New Development Bank and also the Beijing-based Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank. I want to see how these two new international organizations, their response to the COVID-19, to the crisis. So I want to share with you three parts of my research. Well, first is my research question, the puzzle. During the research, I found a very interesting question, and then try to answer this question from the theoretical framework. I'm a professor, so I try to, from the theory perspective, understand why the NDB and the AIIB, the different response. Third, I will give you some evidence I found to support my argument. So first, in this COVID-19, the combating, I found a very interesting question. You know, the Shanghai-based, the BRICS New Development Bank is more flexible, client-driven, and speedy response to the crisis than the Beijing-based, the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank. Not only the emerging economies, but also, with the Europeans. Now it has 103 member countries. So I want to compare these two banks. Both of them are initiated by the emerging economies. If you look at the New Development Bank in this crisis, you will find it gives the response very quick. On March 19, the NDB has approved 7 billion emergency assistance program loan. Almost after 1 month, on April 7, AIIB has approved 2.5 billion emergency assistance program loan. So first is time, who can give the response more quickly. Second, who can give more money to the member countries. The NDB gives the 7 billion, while the AIIB only gives the 2.5 billion. So that's a very interesting question. AIIB, higher reputation, the AAA credit rating, 103 member countries. But the NDB now, until now, only has, the 5 members, and the credit rating is also lower than AIIB. So why the NDB can give results more quickly, more client driven? So I try to answer the question. Both of these two new multilateral development banks initiated by the emerging economies. Why the NDB? I think the autonomy, this is the key word of my research. The autonomy is much higher than the ARIB. Frankly, the BRICS cooperation this year, especially on the COVID-19, I'm a little pessimistic. China, India, China, Brazil, and not so many cooperation on the COVID-19, but the ARIB, but the NDB. So it's tricky that the BRICS, like the parents, the NDB like their child, the child can do something, while the BRICS this year on the COVID-19, the cooperation is not so good. So I think the autonomy, the bank has its autonomy. Compared with the ARIB, the NDB has higher autonomy. So first I want to define how in my research, how I define the autonomy. Autonomy can be defined as the ability of the international organization to decide which mandate-related problems to focus on and what substantive measures they take to address these problems. Look at the NDB, the Articles of Agreement. They will promote the infrastructure projects and sustainable development, but that's also a little abstract. So the mandate related problem, how to if you are working in this bank, then for your everyday work you should define what's your goal, what do you want to do. Then the mandate, it means, so how to measure this autonomy. First is the ability to propose new projects. The bank every day is talking about, is doing the projects. Who propose the projects? The member countries or the senior management team. It means the president plus the vice presidents and the staff working in the bank. Who decides the projects? Who propose? The second, to approve the projects. Third, who give the money? The ability to finance the project. So if you, from this measurement, look at these two new banks, the NDB and the ARIB, who proposed the new projects? I compared the annual report and also the project, the guidelines, the report of the two banks. I found that the new development bank, the management team and the board of directors, I think the project is mainly the bottom-up approach, while the ARIB is a little similar to the existing MDBs, like the bank, like the Asian Development Bank. It's top-down approach. The second dimension, the ability to approve the project. Although both banks, their projects are approved by the investment committee, while in the NDB, the investment credit committee mainly composed of the senior management team members. It means the president plus 4 vice presidents. While in the ARIB, the investment committee mainly composed of the senior management team and board of directors. So the board has more power to approve the projects. So the ability to finance the project, the NDB, besides the member countries' subscribed capital, the bank relies more on the market by issuing the bonds, while the ARIB until now, mainly relies on the member countries' subscribed capital, less on the market. So if the bank relies more on the member countries, of course, the board of the directors, they will have more power to in this operation of the bank. So why the new development bank has higher autonomy than the ARIB? I give 3 theoretical explanations. First is the technical complexity of the projects. This is from the, the information asymmetry perspective. I compared the two banks projects in the past 5 years from the 2015 to the 2019. So the NDB projects, the information asymmetry between the senior management team, SMT, and the board of directors, the information asymmetry will be higher. So the senior management team will enjoy higher autonomy. This is from the information asymmetry hypothesis. Second, from the socialization perspective, because these two banks, they are new international organizations. So the two new banks, when they do the projects, usually they will co-finance with other partners, with other banks, while the NDB until now is mainly co-financed with the National Development Bank or the commercial bank in the borrowing countries, while the AIIB mainly co-financed with the existing autonomies, existing MDBs. If you co-finance more with the existing MDBs, the bank, the governance structure between the SMT and BOD will become more similar to the existing MDBs. Third, the socialization theory, look at the people, look at the guys, those who are working in these two banks. In the New Development Bank, in the BRICS New Development Bank, now there are people, working in this bank. Not so many people have the experience working in the World Bank or ADB, those experience, while in the AIIB, more people who have the experience working in the existing MDBs. So if you have the experience working in the World Bank, then of course it's very natural for you to bring the World Bank experience to the new multilateral development bank. So this is a professionalization hypothesis. I will show you some of the evidence I have found in the research. First, the information asymmetry hypothesis. Look at the projects in the two banks. The NDB's projects until now are more focused on the sustainable infrastructure. Sustainable infrastructure mainly include the clean energy, smart city, etc. AIB projects more focused on the traditional infrastructure in a sustainable way. Although the AIB slogan is lean, clean, green, it also mentions green, but the projects is still the traditional projects, while in the sustainable way, it means reduce the CO2 emission. NDB is different. So I compared the projects from the 2016 to the 2019. The NDB projects, the clean energy, 14 projects, smart city, 9, transportation. You can see it's sustainable, more focused on the sustainable infrastructure. While the AIB, more the traditional infrastructure in a sustainable way, and like the energy, like the transportation, such as. So sustainable infrastructure projects, the percentage in the other projects, AIB only the 75.2%, while NDB it almost the 50%, 9%. Sustainable infrastructure projects, in terms of the infrastructure, so you can look at the difference. The second dimension of the projects technical complexity. NDB projects use of the country system. Country system, it means the board is very difficult to supervise the senior management team on the daily on the details of the projects. While the AIIB is different, AIIB emphasizes the use of the international best standards. Who defines the international best standards? Of course, the World Bank, ADB. So existing MDBs, their standards, they emphasize the universal. It's different. The second hypothesis, the evidence, look at the resource reliance. The NDB, and by the end of the 2019, only 2% of the projects are co-financed with the existing MDBs, while the AIIB, more than 60% projects are co-financed with the existing MDB. So the professionalization hypothesis, look at the staff. In the NDB, and by the end of the 2019, only 14% staff have the working experience of the existing MDBs. Their HR policy is towards, they call the young professional. While in my interview, there is a joke, in the AIIB. AIIB, by the end of the 2019, the 71% staff have the experience. So their joke is, they prefer the young retiree. It means you retire from the World Bank. Good news, you can find a new job in the AIIB. So conclusion, the existing research comparing the NDB and the AIIB, I think in my literature review, more focused on the establishment. I think we should pay attention to the operation, especially these two banks, they have their 5-year birthday. 5 years means they have finished their first stage. We can look at the operation of the two banks. In the relationship of the senior management and the BOD, the NDB is more autonomous because of the project technical complexity, co-financing policy, and human resource policy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, June, for very insightful research on the role of development banks. And I would, given this, your presentation and your results, I would like to ask Yevsey Tomovich, do you think development banks can be an important tool to deal with the current crisis, or it's more about sustainability rather than emergent financing for the firms and people in the economies and in the world?
Financial aspect is quite important because the present crisis, as all previous crises, are accompanied with capital flows from emerging markets, but they are secondary, and the primary is confidence of investors, and any country should provide this confidence first by pursuing prudent fiscal macroeconomic policy, and then with proper addressing the most important issues. And the problems that I mentioned can contribute to enhancing confidence of investors. Each country has some at least medium-term plan of restoring macroeconomic and fiscal stability.
Thank you, Yevsey Tomovich. So along with our discussion, there is a very live discussion in the chat during our session, but most of questions deal actually with the issues. What I generally say is about future of works, how employment will change given the current crisis and development of digitalization. And in that regard, I would like to thank Jonathan for answering questions in chat. It is very important because we are busy with managing the session. So, but I would like to rephrase a bit of the questions that were in the chat and ask Natalia about new flexible arrangements of work, of employment that we observe currently in Russia, and I believe in the whole world. How this distant work on distance, that's actually accelerated across the globe, and what new developments will this bring to the economies, how it affect the sustainable development. Is it does it challenge the sustainable development, or it facilitate this development?
Thank you, Natalia. You know that just yesterday, our ministry, we had the discussion with ILO, OECD on the flexible formats of the future jobs. And there were several outcomes from our dialogue and from our discussions that definitely we are facing the new reality. From one point of view, all those remote formats existed before the COVID, but they were not treated as actual ones. Even for our today's conference, a year ago, all those participating from via digital means were not real participants. Yes, like an exclusion. Today is a new normality. And I would say that offline meetings will be like kind of prosperous and very exclusive things from now on. As for the economic effects, we understand that that will raise many questions, many connected questions, such as taxation things, yes, because you need to fix salary, and there were some interesting trends about moving population from big cities to smaller ones, because you no longer need to be in the megapolis to continue your work. So I wouldn't be so pessimistic. I would recommend you to look through our yesterday's discussion. It was all in English, so and it will be uploaded at our ministry site. So the main idea that we shouldn't be that pessimistic. And I had a question in the chat, where is like the digital economy, the end of everything? No. We need to tackle with these things. We understand that we need new regulation from the point of view of taxes, moving even the in-room arrangements for those people working, because you know that when you're working together with your family, it's a special format. So all those things are in our video from our discussion, but very important thing is that we definitely need to take into account the digital economy and sustainable dimension brings new opportunities, new kinds of work. It creates huge opportunities in new niches, in economic niches. We understand the new markets in green building, mobility, education, healthcare, digital technology, and agriculture. All those things are very promising, and they will bring new jobs. At the same time, it's a growing market of sustainable finance, and global green bond market is currently valued at almost $390 billion. So all that numbers will change. The only thing we need to do is to react adequately and to regulate timely all those things. So that will be my answer to your question. And I hope that we need time, but the result will be interesting and promising.
Thank you, Natalia. And the related question to Akshay is that we know about India's success in digitalization, but now we are talking about world market of talents because of possibilities to work remotely from any part of the world. Will this development challenge the Indian economy? And what are the risks of this world market for individual countries? It might benefit the world as a whole, but for individual country, it might create a lot of troubles and challenges. Do you think this affects the individual economy and India in particular?
All the data that is coming through on digitalization and on the digital economy is indicating that the business and commercial activity is going to move towards white collar talent, and so India benefited from this kind of engineering talent before, Yes, it was true that it was at the major driver for it was cost, but if not an equal driver, but a secondary driver was certainly talent and availability of that talent and the numbers and scale in one place. I don't know if you all know, but there is a going line in India that the biggest Indian IT company is actually IBM. We say that because they're actually the largest employers, and also because India is a free market, so oftentimes when this question comes up, why isn't there an equally big Indian IT company? That's because, the Indian market absorbs and accepts all the foreign companies and makes it our own. So Microsoft India, Google India, IBM India, Tencent India, I mean, these are all big Indian companies. So that hypothesis should hold even in the digital economy. There is an analogy here that we can look at. A similar question was raised in the case of financial centers when when algorithmic trading started. There was this question when all the trades became digital and the brokers did not have to sit on the stock exchange floor to exchange chits with each other. There was this question: is New York going to lose its value because you can trade from anywhere? Is Singapore going to lose its value? Is Hong Kong going to lose its value? And what happened was that yes, the trading floor lost its value, but the cities where the talent is did not lose the value. Because there were so many financial analysts in New York and outside of New York in Connecticut, it still retained its source, and London still retained its source. Yes, the same thing. Hong Kong. By the way, Hong Kong, exchange building doesn't even have traders anymore, but Hong Kong still is retained. So I think if you use that as an analogy, yes, they will still be. I mean, the digital economy will aggregate towards talent. It is also true that some new centers will come up. So, for instance, San Francisco and Los Angeles have come up as big center for digital economy because that's where all the IT companies are. So, similarly in India, actually, maybe it's not Mumbai. Maybe it's Delhi. Actually, is quite often quoted as the next fintech hub because a lot of the fintech companies are actually headquartered outside Delhi. So this is counterintuitive because anybody, especially all in this audience, when you can think of India, you think of Bangalore as a technology city, or you would think of Mumbai as a financial city. But again, the talent, the fintech is actually happening outside of Delhi. So I would say that digital economy is going to aggregate towards talent. That's what we would need in terms of software development. So I think India might lose, but I think it might retain some of the edge that it still has for many, many years to come. But India has another fear. It's not losing IT BPO business. Our fear is that our blue collar and our lower middle class workers might lose jobs because of automation. That's a bigger fear. And that may happen not because of anything international. That's just the way technology is developing. So our fear is more of losing to technology than losing to Vietnam or losing to East Africa or something.
Thank you very much for your view on the Indian situation. And I think that this discussion on this session shows an important dimension that we need to keep in mind. So crisis happened today, and it accelerates the forms of employment, of business that were they were there already, but they were not at the cornerstone of the economy. They were at margin. But it brings it in front, and it now creates new demands for how the government should deal with this, how international governance should deal with this. I tried several times in the session, ask about WTO, and no one was willing to discuss it because this traditional institution does not deal with these issues. And this is important to reform and to bring new new international governance, new institutions that deal with these issues, with the current issues. And these issues will be very important. We cannot tax service at the customs. We cannot we cannot bring taxation from trade and services at the customs. So we need to reform domestic, national fiscal fiscal situation in a way that will be comply with international development and sustainability. So sustainability need to be reconsidered in a new ways to incorporate these new developments. So I think there is a lot of issues for both national and international cooperation with regard to trade and new development and the current crisis. So of course, very little trade can help in this situation to deal with crisis. There are different applications and different tools and that they can help with, but the governments, of course, need to consider it very seriously. Thank you very much for all participants, both in this session and in the chat. It was a lot of questions there. And I give floor to Marina to deal with the organizational issues.
Thanks to all. I think that these two sessions were very exciting and stimulating intellectually and even emotionally, because the questions related to the human issues, not to the institutions, but to the soul of the institutions, to the future of the institutions. And we will have the opportunity to discuss it further in an hour, because our next session begins at 2:30, and we will be focusing on digitalization and its impact on the institutions, on economy, on the social sphere. I think it is really important that we have takeaways from your insights and put them on paper. That's why what is happening is that after each session, my colleagues put the key thoughts, your thoughts and the reflections from the participants on paper and circulate around all the speakers and the audience, so that we have the benefit of your wisdom for the next speakers and beyond. So thank you very much, and we'll be sending you also the outcomes and the transcripts to get the endorsement for publication. I mean, on the website, there is a translation of on the site and in the tube, but we also want to make the transcripts of your thoughts so that they are available to the others as well, beyond this audience. Thanks a lot, and I would be very glad to welcome all of you who can join us at 2:30. Thanks a lot. Евсей Томович, спасибо большое, что вы переключились на английский, а то у нас не совсем, особенно в первой сессии.
Евсей Томович, thank you for switching into English, because we had some slight problems with translation in the first session, but we fixed it quickly. And Natalia, we want to thank you. We wanted to thank Svetlana Vladimirovna, but she had to switch off quickly. And with all of our, well, from all our team, we thank you profoundly. Thank you so much. And thank you for organizing.
I'm very glad to see a lot of familiar faces, both from Russia and abroad.
Yes, yes, indeed. Well. And hope that next year we will meet face to face. I really, really miss our communication face to face.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, that was good. Yeah. Anyway, thanks a lot. See you soon.
Thank you. See you.
Так. Мы сейчас выключаемся. Dear friends, I'm glad to welcome here those who have joined us for the second session, which is going to reflect on the impact of digitalization on economy, society, international cooperation, and global governance. Paola will be moderating this session, and we have got a very distinguished panel. And I will give the floor to Paola for organizing, moderating, and guiding us in this session.
Well, hello and good welcome back. And thank you, Marina. Thank you, RANEPA, for setting up again this year, this conference, despite all the difficulties. I think so far the morning has proved very interesting and a very lively debate. And now we are starting with the sessions of this afternoon, and in particular with a focus on digitalization. And we talk about this digitalization in the first part of the conference, but in this session we really focus on the impact on the economy, society, international cooperation, and of course governance. So it's a way, if you like, to drill down in some of the issues that emerge very clearly this morning, and in particular the call and the lead and the opportunities then this crisis will present to really change gears and embrace some of the technological change that has been going on for some time. So of course we need to change the way we govern and we look at governance in our societies, in our economies, and at the international level. So this is very much the focus of this session, and I'm going to present very briefly the speakers, and then they will present the key points in about 7 minutes, and then hopefully we will open the floor for some question and a Q&A. First of all, and I'm going to follow the order that is in the agenda. First speaker is Rohinton Medora. Rohinton is the president of CIIR, otherwise known as the Center for International Governance Innovation, based in Canada, followed by Marat Bergiev, who's the Russian G20 sous-Sherpa and the Deputy Director of the Department for Economic Cooperation and Minister of Foreign Affairs. Then we will have Caroline Postel-Binet, Director of Research at CIIR at Sciences Po in Paris, followed by Jonathan Luckhurst, Associate Professor at the Soka University in Tokyo. And then last but not least, Vladimir Zuev, Vladimir is a professor at the Institute of Trade Policy at the National Research University, the High School of Economics in Moscow. So without any further ado, I'd like to invite Rohinton Medora to possibly open his video so we can all see him, and also his mic for his presentation. Rohinton, over to you.
Okay, so in fact, it's fitting for this digital session that I wasn't the one controlling my audio and video, Paula. I want you to know. Some mysterious hand was. But look, thank you, Paula, for doing this session, and certainly to our colleagues, Marina and others at the Russian Academy, for bringing us together. I second what she said at the end of the last session, that it would be so much nicer if we could do this together, and I sure hope we can perhaps next year. In my 5 or 7 minutes, let me sort of just make a few points on the theme of the session to get us going. And the gist of my comments is that although digital sounds new and different and sometimes even transformative, in fact, it simply embodies existing analog values and analog issues. And what the crisis, the COVID crisis has done is actually added octane to them, and therefore made them seem that much more urgent and that much more disruptive, but that these are all issues we've been grappling with for some time. And so I'd begin as a broad generalization by suggesting to you that in COVID, during the last 6-8 months, three things have come to the fore, I'd say. One is the importance of social cohesion. The second is the importance of faith in collective action. And the third might be the importance of evidence-based decision-making. And in all of these three facets, there is a digital and more broadly innovation angle, which let me quickly touch on. And I have three such. So in the first and the last session, again, touched on this as well, is this crisis has brought home the importance of connectivity. Many countries have moved to work from home situations. This conference, of course, is a perfect example of something we're doing virtually that we otherwise might not have. And there was a broader trend towards this anyway. And so questions of connectivity to do with the fact that we, in this conference, are lucky enough to have reasonably good connectivity and are able to do it, but that depending on how you count it, 1/2 to 2/3 of the world still is not connected to broadband in any meaningful way. So the digital divide, which has been an issue with us for at least 2 decades, is stronger still. With that come questions of cyber resilience and cybersecurity. If this is indeed the workplace of the future and we will be working from home, then the question of firewalls, the question of the sanctity of communication systems, and the security of data sets, all of that becomes that much more live. And so there's going to be a growth industry, in my view, in cybersecurity that goes along with increases in connectivity. And of course, the broader question, which Akshay and others touched on in the previous session, is therefore the future of work. And I think the levels to which the future of work depends on fractionalization, gig economy, and virtual work very much depends on how much we can make connectivity more ubiquitous and how secure it is, because otherwise we will simply increase the divide socially and economically that already exist. The second such issue is the long-standing trade-off between what I'd call technological efficiency, privacy, and human rights. And that has come home to roost in this case, for example, through the use of contact tracing apps. About 25, 30 countries now have or are rolling out contact tracing apps. There's a huge sort of discussion around which ones are best and why. I should say in this case, to be slightly parochial, that Canada's contact tracing app is generally seen to be the gold standard here because of the way data is collected, the way data is stored, the technology that uses Bluetooth rather than location, and fundamentally the fact that the government behind it is one that broadly shares civil liberties values. And so back to my point that the digital worlds and the analog worlds are not that much different. If you look at the assessment that MIT and others have done of tracing apps, they kind of break down into where you would expect a country's human rights record and authoritarian record to be. But again, this has now all come to the fore. The second way in which I think the apps and technology issue has come to the fore is that we should not become technology deterministic. So apps, if they crowd out more commonsensical measures such as wearing masks, being careful, notifying the authorities voluntarily, if the apps supplant all of those good things, then they're no good, actually. They might even do harm. But if they augment, and we don't forget those old-fashioned things that we should do in a pandemic, then in fact, they do kick us up one notch. And I find it interesting here, just as looking at the data broadly, countries where mask use is prevalent is also one where the apps tend to be downloaded more often. So for now, there is a correlation between digital and analog, but that need not always be the case. And we should always be vigilant to not let sort of what I'd call human values become subservient to the technology. The third and final point I'd make, going back to the question of the importance of decision-making and good information, is again, something that's been bubbling for at least 5 years is what I'd call digital platform governance. What is the nature of the information that these huge global, in many cases, digital platforms carry? To what extent can it be managed? Should it be managed? How can we make sure that the quality of the data that these platforms carry is good? And in many countries, we find, for example, that fringe movements when it comes to vaccines or other forms of social action have equal say or voice and amplification through digital platforms because there is no wherewithal to manage the information on them. Once again, we find that trade-off between someone deciding what is good information and what isn't, and on the other hand, the public good, privacy, and concerns like that. And so governance issues around digital platforms, which was a very specialized, sort of wonky area in which most people were not interested, has now become that much more interested. And I don't think we're willing to take at face value the word of Google and Facebook when it comes to how they should be regulated, even in countries like the US, where generally speaking, the tendency was to see these as only forces of good. Now, when I aggregate these, and I'll end on this point, these do feed into some of the broader discussions that I suspect we will have here, we have had, and are going on elsewhere. These feed into, I'd say, broader international discussions on the nature of international cooperation, the contested rise of China, and what decoupling actually might look like in the digital world. The second area in which all of these feed into is, I think, a ready-made agenda for the G20 on which the organization has mostly been absent, which is questions around ethics of technology change, multilateral regime for digital taxation, in some cases debt relief, but certainly the quality of statistics that we need for the innovation economy. And the last point, if I think on COVAX, perhaps COVAX and this pandemic is the jolt that we needed to come back to questions that the digital economy and in fact the analog economy have raised for some time that we had been neglecting, which is the nature of the IP regime that we have globally, the importance of open science and cooperation in science. And so I'll end on that point, that since this is a global problem, we certainly should be looking at global goods and bads to move towards it. Much of that action happens at the national level, but ultimately we're going to need to find ways in which we cooperate globally so that national best practices and worst practices are brought out and that we create more generalized norms. So Paula, I'll stop there for now.
I have the same problem with technology, and well, thank you very much, Rohinton. These are very, very important points. I like to pick two for the following discussion. One is the importance of data and data infrastructure, but also data as a commodity. And to some extent, data should be like water and some other resources we're used to. And actually, again, in some countries and some developing countries, there is a shortage or difficulty in having access to some of these resources. As an anecdote, something we discovered at universities, and all universities, I think, had the same experience, that in the developed world, we were very quick in shifting all the lectures online, and that worked very well. But then we discovered that many students, and particularly those who were in rented accommodation without broadband, without proper internet connection, or they were back home, they really had difficulties in following these lectures. And we are talking again, normally graduate students or undergraduates in developed countries. They couldn't afford the big increase in data consumption and therefore in the final bills on their mobile phone apart from the fact that the connection was not particularly good. And that was something that opened the eyes to many of us to really understand how big is the gap for what we like to see in this digital world and what is the reality on the similar to when we talk about electrical mobility. Electric mobility is fantastic, but actually we don't have the infrastructure to implement it in full. But the other important point, Rohinton, you made, and I'd like to leave it for the following debate, is you talk about also to be careful about relying too much on app and technology. And we've seen this very much during this crisis where the technology somehow, we were having an almost messianic hope that the technology could rescue us. Actually, technology itself, as you said, is not enough. And we need cooperation and we need policies, and we need the whole social infrastructure that make the technology possible and effective. But thank you very much for your points. I'd like now to turn to Marat Berdiev. Marat, the floor is yours, and again, it's about 6 or 7 minutes for your presentations. Thank you.
Thank you, Paula. It's a pleasure of joining this conference again and to present the view from my ministry on what the digital economy is and how it impacts the world and what we can do together, especially in different international contexts, in order to make it a beneficial tool rather than a phenomena that could somehow damage the humankind. Could we now turn? So we prepared the presentation, so I'll be trying to present it in a concise way while illustrating it with some slides on the screen. And I'll now move to the slide 1. Да. Сюда. Все, готово. So, therefore, my first slide will claim that the digital economy is not a novelty and has come a long way since its inception in the early 90s, getting through the dot-com high expectations crisis in the year of 2000 and finally moving into a mature stage of a backbone industry. The COVID-19 pandemic has further magnified its importance in times of lockdowns, making digital economy a key means for upholding the lines of communication and overcoming disruptions in all spheres of life. The magnitude of transformation that the current level of digital technology implies is tantamount to the fourth industrial revolution. If actually checked against the developments on the ground, it will unfold a spectacular picture of the digital economy advancement and its sweeping implications. They actually include new types of businesses arrangements, such as platform marketplaces, blockchain, social media, and so on. And have a new actually phenomena that is GAFAM, or 5 digital majors like Google, Apple, Facebook, Amazon, and Microsoft that take over, while BRICS countries try to catch up with their own national champions as rivalry mounts. And digitech companies start dominating financial markets. Automation cuts jobs to the extent that they become extinct in some number of low-skilled professions. So that's the picture we are now in the world. And saying this, I have to add that as anything else, the digital economy brings additional dividends, but at the cost. On the one hand, especially being coupled with green and biotechnologies, it could serve as a powerful driver for promoting economic growth, while significantly reducing the environmental footprint, reaching out to small businesses and remote communities. But digitalization also provides for a wider access to quality education and health services, if certainly a connection is at place, and builds up human capital and enhance well-being. At the same time, it poses challenges for countries, societies, and individuals by undermining the classical division of labor, rendering such factors as labor and commodities to a relative insignificance. New challenges arise from digital divide, abuse of monopoly rights by digital platforms with anti-competitive policies and charges, and digital companies that endeavor to enter governmental domain, for example, by issuing stablecoins. In this situation, if combined in a summary, the potential positive and negative effects from the digital economy are not easily to weigh on against each other. Which side will reign over will lastly depend on our ability to address the issue by fostering benefits while offsetting the damage. The list of such mixed implications, as we can see, it comprises the following features of the digital economy that could, under certain circumstances, serve as an agent of technological transformation and economic development, caters to small business, remote areas, and underprivileged groups, facilitate creativity, startups, and collaborative partnerships on the plus side, alongside with multiplying choices for producers and consumers alike, and raise resource efficiency and decrease footprint on the environment. But at the same time, we also see the negative impacts that could emanate from additional risks to national security and public safety, from distortion of free market practices and unfair competition that is now practiced by monopolies and certain states that command higher positions in the digital economy. Also see funds of money abroad from national markets of operation and employs tax evasion and profit shifting to offshore jurisdictions, thus undermining the financial base of states and the ability to combat the social repercussions. Saying this, I'll try also to display the Russian experience in how we build up the digital economy and utilize it for the sake of the society and for the sake of promoting sustainable development. And as you see, our experience is especially interesting as we represent the emerging market economy, and we actually made a good way forward in fostering the digital economy in our country by a mix of different measures and instruments, having quite a strong protection of personal data and critical elements of the ICT in our country, but at the same time allowing for a good climate in terms of research and development, testing of new technologies, and public-private partnerships. This year, we marked a big new shift in our policies as we introduced quite a number of different new legislative measures, and they already put us quite high on the list of countries in terms of the development of digital economy. We are 10th by Digital Society Index. Moscow tops the UN 2018 e-government survey. Yandex is our web browser that is among few in the world where it goes first on the national market. And Moscow takes Tokyo as the biggest car sharing market. So our new objectives for the years ahead are active usage of artificial intellect, 27% high-speed internet coverage of the country in terms of population, and fostering 10 plus globally competitive leading companies. The legislative measures I referred to, they started in 2006 from the law on personal data protection and are moving on with a new set of laws that were introduced this year on digital financial assets that now are recognized properly in a national environment. on tax cuts for IT sectors, for IT sector in our country, that makes it the lowest jurisdiction in terms of taxation, and on digital regulatory sandboxes that allow us to test new technologies despite some limitations that we have nationally. We also introduced National Program on Digital Economy Development for 2024 and National Project on Establishing Artificial Intellect. As well as we already utilize this technology in certain governmental services, for example, helping people to find the new job and to get recruitment. Sorry. Saying this, we are also active on the international arena, promoting quite a number of initiatives in order to better the international climate for cooperation in this area. And among them are the proposal for establishing a code of states conduct in the field of ICT security that was launched together with the draft proposal for agreement to fight against cybercrime in 2018. And we continue to be very active in the format of G20 and OECD, actually promoting an initiative on digital consumers empowerment. And we are hoping that next year it will be implemented in a practical outcome, as well as hosting international events in our territory for promoting internet governments and internet governance and other initiatives, while actively participating in the negotiations on a digital tax. In saying this, and I'll try to conclude by outlining how we see the way forward in terms of economic international cooperation in dealing with the digital economy, and in charting out the strategic course of action in order to ensure a conducive environment for the benign digital economy. The following essential characteristics of the international cooperation are to be highlighted that emphasize this essential role it should play in addressing the core transboundary issues that arise from the digital economy, such as responsible behavior of states and avoidance of mutual cyber attacks, use of internet for terrorist purposes and money laundering, tax evasion and offshore profit shifting by digital companies. Promoting technology transfer, connectivity, access to ICT services through infrastructure availability, digital literacy in order to use the potential of the digital economy to its full and ensure its positive developmental impact on decent jobs, increased incomes, and inclusiveness. Current shortcomings are caused by lagging behind or staying mute on many important aspects, not even having a common understanding on the meaning and measurement of the digital economy. Still leaving unattended its security dimension, electronic commerce, digital companies, taxation, as well as the fact that it is being approached through soft law and multi-stakeholder framework without a clear distribution of roles, pledges rather than firm commitments, having no accountability mechanism and being rudimentary in nature. To overcome this impasse, we need to enhance international cooperation by establishing clear rules of the game, setting universal norms and standards, while not artificially limiting the legitimate maneuver in the national policy and the prospects for capacity building in terms of data management, ICT system critical elements, functioning, and production of electronic equipment. That's how we see the tasks for the international cooperation in the years ahead, and the possibilities to maximize the positive benefits from the digital economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Marat. It would be good, actually, in the discussion to have your views and your thought about the international collaboration in the area of cybersecurity and also in the area of technology transfer. So again, how countries can learn from each other and share positive experience, and obviously in the area of technology and also the governance of this technology. I would like now to invite Caroline Postelvine for to give us her thoughts, again, about 7 minutes. Thank you, Caroline.
Thank you, Paola. Very good to see you again. It's virtual. Good afternoon from Paris. What I would like to do, as a number of us here were actually in Moscow last year, I would like to sort of pick up where we left in the debate we had on globalization 4.0. I think all of us know that it was a debate launched and promoted at the World Economic Forum a couple of years ago. And what was interesting was that it was already underlining the disruption brought about the 21st technological revolution, the so-called globotics, but more generally, in general terms, the digital revolution. And so what I would like first to do by using this perspective is to stress, and this is something Rohinton Medora just did, that some of the issues we are talking about were already emerging before COVID-19. And I think this is important to stress. I would add that it is important to stress this because it means that we still have to think structurally. We still have to think of the structure of international cooperation and of global governance. We shouldn't lose sight of the fact, and this will be my first point, that there are still questions about the reform of the United Nations, the UN, on the one hand, and there are still more than ever relevant questions about possible evolutions of fora like the G20, the G7, the BRICS. They're very much worth discussing, and I think we should sort of keep that in the background, if you wish, as along with our more detailed discussions about the issues we're discussing today. Now, obviously, things have changed with COVID-19, the COVID-19 crisis, and it has changed in the sense that it has increased so much certain issues that they are qualitatively different. So first of all, of course, the digitalization of global society has increased at a speed that we could not envision a year ago when we were talking together in Moscow. And this has revealed several things. So first of all, of course, the potential of the digital technology that up to a point came to our rescue, to the rescue of societies and economies in a time of a sanitary crisis like the one we're still living through. But if we think of an environmental crisis, it would probably have the same effect. I mean, different, but a kind of similar effect. So there's no question about that we were partly saved by the digitalization, the ongoing digitalization of our global societies. But now it has also underlined two major issues. One of them is that it has underscored the global society's interdependence. And of course, if you just take the spread of the virus, you think of SARS 7 years ago when it was in China, it started also in China and went all over East Asia, there was nothing comparable. And China was not the global economy it is now. And obviously interdependence within those last, almost a decade has incredibly increased. But it has also shown, so we are interdependent, and in a way the virus illustrates that, I mean, the spread of the virus. But it has also showed how interdependent we need to keep being if we ever want to fight the crisis efficiently. And clearly, and this is something that has been mentioned at some other points, that the last ones have shown that there's room for improvement in the realm of international cooperation. And hence, again, we have to think in terms of structure of international cooperation and data sharing. There's been a lot going on, but obviously there are still major issues, and they have increased through the crisis. So the improvement, again, should be sought at the level of UN agencies. But I think, and this has not been talked enough, I think, and this is something where our group gathered today, thanks to RANEPA, has to think about is a forum like G20, I think, has a key role to play in promoting a better global governance. I think in that sense, it should probably go back and actually fully go back to its role of crisis manager that it had when it was launched back in, following the subprime crisis in 2008, when it became at the state level summit. And there was this sort of spirit of embracing the crisis and being an active player in trying to solve the crisis. And I think there's something to be done here at the level of the G20. And of course, I mean, the implicit thing is that we need leadership within the G20 for that. So I won't go too much into detail about the US and all of that, but there's obviously a question about the future of the G20 here. Now, the second question that has been issued, rather, that has been underlined by the ongoing sanitary crisis is, and this is something that both, the presentation and Paola also has stressed, is the digital divide becoming really acute now, and showing that there are left behinds of globalization, there are left behinds of global digitalization. And as Paola said, those left behinds have been more isolated than ever. Yes, indeed, the old people, I would add, to the underprivileged children, not only in universities, but in schools in general, old people, developing areas, all of this issue of lower level of digital access is very, very important indeed. And this is something that was already brought about by globalization 4.0. And there's an answer, to that, but it's partial. And what we see is that the issue of digital development as such should so be encouraged, but it entails regulation. And also I would add, so this is also something both speakers said before me, we need some regulation, but I would add, we need a vision as well. So this is something I mentioned last year, and I wrote, and I think I shared that paper with others about the connectivity politics that has been developed, of course, by China with the Belt and Road Initiative, but also by Japan and also the European Union, the EU on its own, and the EU through partnerships, among others, with Japan. So there are those programs, and they are promising in many ways. They are not just about digital connectivity, by the way, they are also about connectivity writ large, and that includes mobility. And of course, that's another issue, but mobility, of course, has to be rethought and revisited. But anyway, if we concentrate on the digital connectivity, there's clearly promises here for a better digital inclusiveness, a better digital connectedness. But what I think we should need, I would like to push a little bit more than saying, okay, you have all those programs going on and there's a discussion about connectivity, and this is very helpful. But again, I would like to introduce a conversation about the role of the G20 here. And I think, it could play a crucial role with the idea that you don't just need connectivity, but you need to have better coordinated connectivity. I mean, right now you have almost rival, not always rival, but you have a problem of very different connectivity projects. So connectivity needs to be more coordinated, and this is something that the G20 could advocate, but also even going a little bit further than that, I think connectivity and digital connectivity, among others, should be promoted as a global common good. And there's been a lot of talks about global common good. Our French president said the vaccine, if we find one, should be a global common good. Health is a global common good, but there's also connectivity as such. And we should rethink of that as something that should be shared. I will almost stop there, but I would like to end by a footnote also on the practicality of digital diplomacy. I mean, I think there has not been enough talk about why the G20 couldn't go on, and why it's not. I mean, it's not really happening the way it should in a time of crisis. I would add that there's something about the informality of G20, G7, those kind of fora that cannot be realized with digitalization. I mean, obviously, it's like we have this example, you can't have a coffee break, you can't have informal meetings on the side of the summit. And we have to think of limits also to the digitalization of diplomacy, because obviously there might be, I mean, this is something in Europe we've been promoting the idea, well, we can have a G7 or a G20 online. Well, I would be very careful with that. This is almost like a footnote, but I would like to end with that little thought. Thank you, Paolo. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, well, thank you. Well, thank you, Caroline. And as you put a lot of interesting questions, a lot of food for thought. Sorry, I'm trying to check my screen. A lot of food for thought, as always. Let me pick up just one thing. And again, the G20 seems to be the elephant in the room, because I was checking, there is nowhere in the titles, any of the titles of the sessions mention the G20. We talk more about the global cooperation. I'm sure Marina and the colleagues at RANEPA had in mind very much the G20 when they put together the conference. But it's very interesting, and at the end of the day, we always go back to the G20. But let me pick up your very important point about the problem with the G20. I would say the existential problem with the G20 then is now, over the last 12 years, there's always been a crisis committee, is one crisis after the other. And the G20 has always been in the crisis resolution mode, as opposed to the crisis prevention mode, which is the kind of situation we would love to see the G20 sort of like, an informal club, then just oversee the smooth development of the global economy. It's never been the case. And obviously, we need to think long term, and we're always in the short term mode. Yesterday, I was in a meeting in Rome, of course, virtual, organized by the Institute of International Affairs, and with the Italian Sherpa, discussing the priorities for the Italian presidency in 2021. And exactly we got into this discussion, and I strongly believe that 2021 should be the year where the G20 somehow establishes foundation as a long-term multilateral club, because I wouldn't call it organization, and reestablish the importance of multilateral cooperation. But of course, and the Italians are very much on the page, of course, everything depends, a lot depends on who will win the election next month, because that will hold the key for the functioning of the G20, because the Italians are full, and the Italian, all the others are full of the Russians and the it's full of really better cooperation, is a bit stuck. So thank you very much for your point. It's very, very good. And again, we should think not only how to fight the latest crisis, but also how we can be sure that the G20 is on a very solid ground going forward. Now I turn to Jonathan Lockhurst for your presentation. Jonathan, I believe you got a PowerPoint, so will you share your screen with us?
I do, but actually I was sharing it more for the translators and for anyone that's interested. But I think since most people are going without the PowerPoint, I'll just talk without it, if that's okay. But I'll talk around the themes that I have there prepared. So so I trust that would be just fine. Well, I got to say, I mean, thank you very much, Paola. It's very good to see you again, and Carolina, and also Vladimir Zuev, who's in the panel as well, and also several other people that we met over the last couple of years in Moscow. It's unfortunate. Again, I mean, I would agree. Someone mentioned earlier that we're fortunate with the technology that we can actually meet like this. And 20 years ago, I think it would have been extremely difficult for, worse even for the world economy than it is now, partly for that reason. So I think that the issue of digitalization also is very, very important at this moment. Certainly in terms of information communication technology in particular, in this context, obviously. Well, I was also going to address, I mean, that's interesting, Paola, that you mentioned the lack of focus on the G20, because that's what I was going to focus on very much. I kind of was wondering what everyone would be talking about. So I picked a fairly niche topic, I would say, just to try and ensure I would be talking about something a bit different. So my focus is to think about the role of what I call networked G20 governance in the context of the post-COVID digital world. I mean, I've been working very much on this concept of global governance networks, cooperation beyond just states as actors, but also kind of non-state actors, especially the engagement forums, the official engagement forums such as the Think 20, the Women 20, Civil 20, etc. And how, whether that kind of networked relations between different actors can persist even in the current circumstances. And then obviously the role of digitalization, how that impacts the G20 and global governance, and then thinking about the lessons from COVID-19. I mean, today, again, I wasn't so sure how much discussion we were going to have on the different core elements of the conference themes, but I think on the issue of digitalization, it was already mentioned this morning, the kind of ambiguities around that concept of digitalization, what it includes, what it involves. Certainly the G20 has an agenda. It has some background on this issue area, which I'll mention in just a moment. Just to note, when I talk about networked G20 governance, I mean, I am developing a project on that, working on a book, in fact, over the next year or so. And I've already been writing some on that concept and the role of these global governance networks and kind of interactions between the different types of actors. And I think, again, that's where the engagement forums are particularly interesting, but also forums like the RANEPA conference today and over the last few years. And I think it's interesting how you get these different actors from government, from international organizations, from think tanks, and also academics from universities such as myself, kind of converging and having these discussions. And hopefully, of course, Svetlana Lukash from the Russian G20 Sherpa, who's been playing an important role for several years in that role. And I think her being here, hopefully she can get some of our messages across, perhaps. in some of those Sherpa meetings. And that's another key concern, especially, I mean, I've been involved with the Think 20 this year, in particular, coordinating a policy brief on the transversal, what I call transversal G20 response to COVID-19, advocating that kind of integrated response. And I do think that global governance really needs to, and especially the G20, could play a key role in coordinating across different agenda areas, obviously economic aspects, social, socioeconomic, even environmental, things like deforestation that have increased the risk of human proximity to animal-borne viruses, and then obviously the health impacts as well. So bringing that back then to digitalization, yeah, I think the G20 agenda on digitalization, it has really kind of developed over the past 4 years or so, being developed particularly under the Chinese and German presidencies of the G20, and then subsequently at the Hangzhou summit in 2016, you had the G20's Digital Economy Development and Cooperation Initiative. And that kind of set out, at least for the G20 agenda, what digitalization meant in that context. So basically looking at, as the document states, looking at a broad range of economic activities, including digitalized information and knowledge, information and communication technology, internet, cloud computing, big data, Internet of Things. So, a wide range of areas of human life really today. So it is really a very broad area, but I'm focusing particularly today on the role of information and communication technology in this context. And again, that's where the G20 agenda and that document from 2016 sets out the focus, including a particular focus on the global nature of these technologies and the importance of the flow of information across borders. And I think that's where the G20 and other forms of global governance cooperation can really benefit. And of course, digitalization affects many aspects of human existence. It affects the economy on areas such as financial technology or fintech, big data. I've already mentioned some of these, and then in global governance as well. The possibility of shared research, and I think in the context of the G20 engagement forums, in the Think 20 in particular, that has continued despite the difficulties. Virtual summits and meetings as an alternative to in situ meetings and virtual diplomacy in that sense. So, for example, I remember early on, I think, what was it, back in March, I was meant to go to the International Studies Association annual convention in Hawaii, which I was very disappointed to miss. And that was just cancelled, because in the immediate aftermath of the outbreak of COVID-19, I think there was a real, obviously it came as a big shock, a big surprise, and then people weren't prepared to move to a virtual conference. But now the coming year, I'm pretty sure that ISA will go ahead virtually, even if it's not possible on location. So that has been a change. And also the G20 virtual summit, the emergency summit that happened back in March on COVID-19. Again, it wasn't the best scenario. And I think Caroline made the point that it doesn't replace human contact, human interactions, the kind of interactions that we had at RANEPA last year in terms of communications over coffee, over lunch, etc. I mean, that I think was, is really one of the good things about these events. So hopefully that will be possible in future years. And that human dimension is somewhat missing for the moment, but I think that's where digitalization is not a replacement or an alternative. It's potentially an enhancement in future, but also in this moment, a temporary substitute, perhaps. Other issues that we've talked about today in the chat earlier this morning, we talked about, people were questioning about the impacts of digitalization on employment. There are a lot of fears in that regard, but again, I think that's where, the policy agenda is important, because that can really influence and frame how we deal with digitalization. It's not a humanless process that we don't influence, but indeed through policy making, through engagement between those that are stakeholders and engaging with policymakers and ordinary citizens. The people can hopefully try to shape that agenda in a way that it's not just fears about losing jobs, but it's actually trying to shape the future of employment and other aspects of digitalization, and that's an ongoing process. So in terms of G20 network, G20 governance, I think there is a kind of question there about is digitalization going to could it be a threat in terms of dehumanizing, bringing distance between people? Well, potentially, but not necessarily. And that's where we can try and use it to our benefit in a more human way, perhaps. So it does keep us in contact in the way that we're communicating now. Then there are risks in terms of technology gaps between, for example, the global north, global south. Can we overcome those technology issues? Are there emerging hierarchies in terms of access to technology, infrastructure, internet infrastructure and such? Again, these are challenges, but I still feel that, the work that I've been doing with our colleagues in the Think 20, it has enabled communication across those geographical spaces. So I'm not totally pessimistic there. I do think that it is interesting that you have had a period of adaptation. The engagement forums certainly have managed to continue their summits and webinars now as well. So the Think 20 has a series of webinars and a virtual summit at the end of the month. Similarly, the Civil 20 is having their, and the other groups as well, is all doing stuff virtually. So that's good. But in the long term, I don't think it's a replacement. I think in the long term, we will go back to doing things in situ, which and I personally would love to be able to go to the ongoing Think 20 summits in this year and in future. And indeed, I was hoping to go to Riyadh to do some research at the G20 summit, but even that's being held virtually as well. So yeah, there are new constraints, and that raises questions about interconnectivity. It raises questions about how you can influence policymakers. For example, last week, Dr. Fahad Al-Turki, the Saudi Think 20 chair, in a webinar made the point that he had to present, he had about 5 minutes allocated to present 150 policy briefs to the G20 Sherpas. So hopefully he managed to get some message across there, but I'm not sure how much. But nevertheless, I do think still there's a possibility that digital technologies can, as I said, reduce some limitations in terms of communications, but as a supplement rather than a replacement for in-person meetings. Now, I do think that, as I said, in terms of our work, at the Think 20, I think we can keep going even virtually. So anyway, I will conclude very briefly and just say, I do think there are questions, challenges about working from home, how that impacts society, how that, what are the costs and benefits. questions about work-life balance, people having to work from home, not having some distance between family life, work life. But in terms of G20 cooperation and stakeholder engagement, I think we still kind of are able to continue, but hopefully we'll go back to a combination of digital and real life in that sense a year from now. So thank you very much. And yeah, I look forward to some discussion.
Well, thank you, Jonathan. I'm a bit concerned. We are a bit running out of time here, and we still have Vladimir Zuev, and I also would like to give a few minutes to the Q&A. So without any due, Vladimir, the floor is yours. And if you can keep it within the 7 minutes, would be really, really appreciated. Thank you.
I'll try to do that. Can you hear me? Can you see me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear.
Can you see me?
No. And see as well.
Yeah, excellent. Nice to meet everybody again. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you, Jonathan, for the nice words. You missed me. I missed you. I missed everybody of you. We need a direct contact. We talked about that. So as we have agreed with Marina, I will not prepare a special presentation, but I would rather make comments on what I've heard during the debates. And I've heard a lot and a lot of ideas. I will not be, I don't know whether I will be able to cope within 15 minutes, but within 7 minutes, sorry, but I'll try. So let me summarize what I've heard when we talk about digitalization and the response of international institutions to the threats of digitalization and to the challenges of digitalization. I would like to generalize a bit. I would like to speak about the global problems and challenges and global responses to these problems and challenges. The way we see global problems, the way we perceive global problems does matter for the global responses. I would like to outline a certain pattern. The pattern would be the following, simplifying a bit, but it would be the following. The more severe global problems are perceived, the harder is the global effort to meet them in a multilateral effort. And we saw that many times in the history of global governance. The evident example, that's the global financial and economic crisis. When it happened, the threat was perceived as very serious, and then G20, together with other institutions, IMF, World Bank, Basel Committee on Banking, all of them made an extra effort, global effort, to meet the challenges of the day. And really, since that period of time, since the crisis, the global financial governance advanced many steps forward, because they arranged a lot of things on monitoring, on stress tests, on banks and on governments, new requirements for banking capital from the Basel Committee, and many, many other things. And we see that the global financial governance progressed rapidly since the global financial crisis. We see other cases. If we look into the trade governance, we see a crisis. We see that WTO cannot manage to end up with the Doha round. Probably the reason for that is that global trade challenges are not perceived as dangerous enough to the world community, and they are thought to be met either by individual countries alone, the way the United States thinks that individually they can meet challenges, trade challenges better than on a collective basis, or they can meet better, or they can be better met at regional level. And that's the reason why regional organizations do have that much of activity dealing with international trade, unlike at a multilateral level. Then if we follow that logic and go further, if we move to the climate change, maybe climate change is not perceived that much a danger so far by the majority of states, because it's not yet proven that the human activity leads to the climate change, or because priorities of economic development are considered as more important, or maybe for some other reasons. We see that climate change initiatives at a multilateral level are not that much successful so far, unfortunately. Then as another test, we see that COVID-19 happened as another important challenge to be met by the global community. Then that is really seems to me as an important test for the global governance, whether COVID-19 will be considered as a serious danger, and it is a serious danger, and whether countries will come to a consensus that meeting that challenge collectively and providing responses in a collective way at the multilateral level to the COVID-19 challenges will be a better thing to do. But this is a kind of a preface to the topic of digitalization that we discuss. Whether digitalization will be perceived as a challenge and as a danger, as a threat, as a global problem, or whether digitalization will be perceived as an opportunity and something which brings positive elements to the economic development. And that's a big question mark in that, because there are a lot of positive impacts from digital revolution. We see it everywhere. Better access to everything. Small and medium-sized enterprises could be connected in a simple way with consumers through internet networks. They can they have an easy access to global markets, unlike in pre-digital era. And there are a lot of things like that, which makes things easier, better, and more efficient. But of course, there are negative impacts as well. We have already discussed that today. We talked about students. Students cannot cope with lectures if those lectures are delivered in a digital way, online lectures. Paola mentioned students only. I would add professors to that problem as well, because professors, at least myself, do experience some problems when we make a lecture offline. That's one thing. When we make a lecture online, that's much more difficult. I feel much more tired because I don't see reactions. I don't see the class as a whole. I can't communicate with them in a simpler way. And there's efficiency is less noticeable. And then the problems, and I feel tiresome after a lecture. 2 hours of lecture in class, that's no problem. 2 hours of lecture online, that's already a problem. Many cases like that, we see that digitalization normally should make life easier, but when we look around, we see that things are becoming worse as a result of digitalization. One more example from Higher School of Economics life. We now can make documents online. We can sign protocols of admission to a program, for example, online. And we do that, and we feel that, fine, we did it. We economized time. But the requirement from the rector is that all the protocols should be signed offline and delivered in a physical way to the administration, because online protocols are not considered as valid. So instead of making life easier, digitalization makes life harder, because there's an additional workload. We are not only doing things offline, we are doing an extra effort online on top of our normal workload. So when we look at that process of digitalization from this negative angle, whether we can arrive to a conclusion that digitalization really brings threats. And I would like to outline two cases, two examples where digital revolution can make really a threat. First one, that's data. Paola mentioned, put a focus on data. That's why I wanted to develop the topic of data in more detail. Really, access to data becomes a crucial thing, because access to data means access to technologies, access to innovations, access to competitiveness. The more data you have, the better the chances for higher technological development, and the higher the chances that you be among the most advanced economies in the world if you have all the access to data. But then, on the other hand, countries tend to limit access to data to their citizens for different reasons: restricted internet, restricted information, restricted access to open networks. And there's a kind of controversy between the two trends: open access to information or limited access to information. I hope that countries under the threat of lagging behind in a digital divide, they will have to accept common rules and be part of the free access to data and exchange of data, because of the threat of being behind others if there is no free access to data. And a second point in that regard would be transfer of artificial intelligence. Well, speaking about artificial intelligence, normally one would think only about positive things, because artificial intelligence provides enormous opportunities for business community, for economic development, because of the use of big data and things like that. But I was stricken lately, a couple of weeks ago, when I saw reports from the military conflict between Armenia and Azerbaijan, the way they started to use massively drones, not human, not soldiers, but drones guided by machines, by robots or by artificial intelligence. And the more artificial intelligence is being used in military operations, the more danger could be in that, because there is no human factor. A soldier can be guided by human reasoning and will not shoot into the citizens if he considers that as an unjust measure, while robot or intellectual or artificial intelligence would not be guided by that kind of reasoning. And there's a danger. That means that regulating or providing responses to the challenges of digital transformation, which could be perceived as an enormous threat, they could be met at a global, at a multilateral level in a better way than on individual countries could not meet the global challenges, that we know for sure. So if we make the task, how could multilateral institutions and G20 progress in establishing different networks, different global governance networks around the world over different problems, probably the reason and the key point to the success of multilateralism would be that the academic community would avert the humankind about the challenges that globalization and digitalization brings about to the world, that can be met only at a multilateral level. And the more we understand that, and the more the countries understand that, the more the institutions will get into that, the better the chances for collective multilateral responses to those challenges. Well, probably like that. Have I met the schedule limit or not? More or less, I guess. Thank you.
Yes. Yes, thank you. Thank you for your intervention. I think you stayed in the limit, but I think we are running out of time, literally. And turn to Marina to see if we need to close here. I don't see any questions from the audience. I don't know if, Marina, you got questions, or we should just wrap up our session here.
Yes, I guess so. If there are no questions, maybe we should pass over to the next session. And Ella Kokotsis is here, as far as I understand, to moderate this session. Ella is Director of Accountability, G20 Research Group, Monk School of Global Affairs, University of Toronto. And with that, I would like to thank Paola, you for your moderation, and the speakers for their interventions. I'm sorry that there is no time for questions now, but I hope that you stay on, and we have the opportunity to discuss some things later on, because there will be a break between the next session and the final one. Ella, the floor is yours.
Hello, Marina. Are you able to see me through video?
Yes, yes.
Nice
to see you.
It's so great to see you as well, Marina. Thank you so much for the opportunity today. Greetings from Toronto. It's morning here still. Good afternoon. Moscow time. My name is Ella Kokotsis. I'm the Director of Accountability for the G7 and G20 Research Groups at the Monk School of Global Affairs and Public Policy at the University of Toronto. I'd like to begin by saying spasiba, thank you to Dr. Larionova and your team at RANEPA for this invitation once again to moderate this afternoon's panel session on COVID-19, digitalization, and the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Now, I would be remiss if I didn't mention, as everybody else has today, Marina, that I very much miss being at RANEPA in person this year, but I sincerely look forward to being able to reunite with the team again in Moscow next year, God willing. Now, I think most of us on this panel can agree that accelerated digitalization and innovation are the clear winners of the COVID crisis. As hundreds of millions of people around the world have migrated to these digital and technology platforms in order to work from home, learn, consume, entertain, and of course, socialize. And although I think we can agree the world was clearly moving and heading in this direction, COVID-19 was indeed that watershed moment that propelled us into what is now the digital future we're living it. And I think much faster than anybody had originally anticipated. Now, this COVID-inspired digital dividend, I think could prove to be hugely beneficial across so many of the UN Sustainable Development Goals, from helping to deliver on our global environmental commitments, to improving public health, enabling better access to education, and of course, mitigating the effects of climate change. But whether we can actually capitalize on this digital dividend, I think will largely depend on how these new and emerging technologies reshape global finance. The UN's Digital Task Force reported earlier this year that digitalization is already making a huge difference in terms of financing the SDGs, insofar as mobile platforms and big data are bringing very sophisticated financial services to mass markets, thereby enabling in excess of over 2 billion people to literally spend trillions of dollars online. The other stark reality, however, is that over 3.5 billion people remain disconnected, and a lack of ability to take advantage of this digital transformation just simply doesn't exist for them. Women, youth, and other disadvantaged groups still heavily rely on unregulated financial services through a lack of access to reliable technology platforms. Now, under the G20's Argentinian presidency in 2018, Argentina did for the first time consider this nexus between sustainable development and digitalization, particularly in the area of finance. So in this afternoon's panel discussion, we're going to explore this issue even further as we hear from 6 extremely distinguished speakers on how COVID-19 has accelerated the growth of this digital ecosystem, how that's impacted the UN Sustainable Development Goals, and what we can expect on this issue from the Saudi presidency at November's G20 summit. Now we have about 1 hour for this session, so I kindly ask that each speaker keeps their comments to about 7 to 8 minutes, allowing hopefully for some time for discussion at the end. So we'll begin our session this afternoon with Dr. Noura Mansouri, who's the lead chair of the Climate Change and Environment Task Force for the Saudi's Think 20 presidency. Dr. Mansouri, welcome, and over to you, please.
Thank you very much, Ella. Good afternoon, everyone from Riyadh. It's a pleasure to be here with you. Thank you for the invitation. I'm going to present to you the policy recommendations developed over the past year under the Think 20 Saudi Arabia, and we'll focus more on climate change and environment, sustainable resources, and digitalization, since we have a limited time. And as Jonathan mentioned in the previous session, there are over 150 policy briefs. So we're selecting the relevant ones here to share with all of you. T20, as you may all know, initiated in 2012, is a network of research institutes and think tanks of the G20 countries, hosted by the leading think tank from the G20 presidency country. For this year, CAPSARC and KF-CRIS are co-leading the T20 2020. The T20 helps shape global narratives through evidence-based research and brings national and regional concerns to the global agenda through think tank dialogue. The T20 feeds into the G20 process through facilitating interaction among G20 members and policy community, generating concrete and feasible policy recommendations, assessing G20 results, and guiding G20 policymaking. Communicating finally with the broader public about issues of global importance. Over the past year, we had over 2,000 participants from 520 institutions representing 80 countries. Policy briefs are being published now on the T20 Saudi Arabia website, and there's an ongoing T20 summit season with task forces webinars every week. So you can tune in for the remaining ones, and we'll be concluding with the T20 summit at the end of the month. The T20 Saudi Arabia themes and objectives mirror or stem from the G20 priorities of empowering people, safeguarding the planet, and shaping new frontiers. The main themes include climate change and environment, with an objective of a circular carbon economy to support climate action through the 4 R's of reduce, reuse, recycle, and remove carbon. The second is women and youth, empowering women and preparing youth for a more inclusive society. Third is multilateralism, economic development, and finance, providing prosperity through international cooperation, economic development, and financial sustainability. Fourth is sustainable resources, securing, sustaining, and enhancing the global supply and availability of energy, food, and water. And finally, technology and digitalization, leveraging technology and digitalization to address global issues. The vision of T20 Saudi Arabia, striving for a future of prosperity, sustainability, and inclusion. Of course, tackling the shared challenges of the world, including economic slowdown, deepening inequality, growing instability, achieving an inclusive future where all economies prosper despite the current structures and challenges, and the need to manage environmental and societal transitions through solutions based on international policymaking, including new production systems, consumption modes, and social contracts, enhancing capacity, empowering stakeholders, enabling local response, and employing digital technologies and AI in equitable way. looking at the policy recommendations from the climate, holistic actions for climate and environment, supporting result-based climate and environmental action through multiple channels, including behavioral, technological, and policy innovations. We stand at a critical juncture to overcome policy ineffectiveness. Policy recommendations for the G20 countries include to integrate climate action into economic development and stimulus, extract value from carbon through the implementation of the circular carbon economy concept, and protect, conserve, and restore biodiversity. Looking at the second set of recommendations, securing Earth's resources in a sustainable manner, such as sustainable resources such as energy, water, and food for everyone in an affordable and efficient way. Current G20 policy to promote innovation for a sustainable water, energy, food nexus is fragmented. So promote measures that support technology and innovation for a sustainable and stable global food market, promote mechanisms and policies that preserve energy security and market stability. And finally, realizing technology's potential for all, leveraging technology and digitalization for global challenges while mitigating their adverse impacts. Penetration of a critical global mass is required to use technology and digital services to address global challenges, a global effort to bestow digital and financial literacy to all citizens of the world, initiate a G20 digital money and finance working group, develop capacity for cyber diplomacy, cyber security, and AI for state and non-state actors, consider digital currencies to resolve trade frictions in less developed nations, ensure rights of digital citizens, including online autonomy, protection from data trafficking, extremism, and ensure child safety. Thank you.
Ella, could you please just switch on the mic?
Thank you very much. It's just Ella is switching on the mic now, right?
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes.
My apologies. Dr. Mansouri, thank you very much for setting the stage for us during this afternoon's panel in terms of providing a very coherent overview of the T20's vision for the Saudi-hosted summit, particularly your team's focus on holistic actions for climate change and sustainability, all of which I think sets the stage very nicely for our panel discussion, which I'd like to now introduce and turn the table over to Professor John Curtin, who's the founder and co-director of the G20 Research Group at the Munk School of Global Affairs and Public Policy at the University of Toronto. John, it's very nice to see you virtually. Welcome, and over to you, please.
Well, thank you, Ella. It's great to follow Noura yet again this year. The 7-minute presentation I'm about to start is based on a paper co-authored with Brittany Warren, my colleague at the G20 Research Group. Both are entitled From Silos to Synergies, G20 Governance of the SDGs, Climate Change and Digitalization. In September 2015, world leaders gathered at the United Nations to launch the historic 2030 Agenda and its 17 Sustainable Development Goals. When they returned in September 2019, they found some progress had been made. Then came COVID-19 to destroy 30 years of development in 30 weeks. Thus far, COVID-19 has crushed SDG 17 rather than the other way around. So the question, can G20 leaders put the SDGs back on track? To do so, they must mobilize the critical instrument of digitalization. It was absent from the SDGs of 2015, but COVID-19 has made it central now. They also need digitalization to help control the current existential crisis of climate change, which is key to achieving the SDGs as an integrated whole. How well have the G20 leaders done this so far? Very badly, the evidence suggests. SDG summits did nothing to recognize the emerging SDGs before their launch in September 2015. 2 months later, at Antalya in November 2015, G20 leaders made only 3 commitments on the SDGs and complied with them at only 50%. Only 1 referred to climate change and none to digitalization. At Hangzhou in 2016, they did a little better. They produced 6 commitments on the SDGs and complied with them highly at 93%, but still only 1 referred to climate change and none to digitalization. Then, for those who want some hope, came the Hamburg High in 2017, when G20 leaders made 40 commitments on the SDGs and complied with them at 88%. Now, 4 were linked to climate change, always in the form of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change and the Paris Agreement, and 4 different ones were linked to digitalization in its economic forms. But none, not a single one, linked to both. Separated silos, not synergies, still prevailed amidst this Hamburg High. Then came the plunge. At Buenos Aires in 2018, G20 leaders made only 1 commitment on the SDGs, with no links to climate change or digitalization at all. At Osaka in 2019, they did a little better. 12 SDG commitments, 83% compliance, but still no links at all to climate change or digitalization. And then on March 26, 2020, COVID-19 completely crowded out the SDGs, climate change, and the environment as a whole. Digitalization got 3 words. The UN SDGs were explicitly designed to be synergistic, with each of the 17 directly supporting all the rest. The government leaders that launched them at the UN and that have supported them since at the G20 are uniquely responsible within our governments for devising and delivering synergistic solutions that benefit all of them. Yet as their March 26 summit shows, COVID-19 has now obliterated the primacy, the priority that Saudi Arabia innovatively gave to the SDGs, to climate change, and to the natural environment when it first chose its priorities for its Riyadh summit taking place a mere 6 weeks from now. So at Riyadh, G20 leaders must restore their centrality and synergy and integrate digitalization to save the SDGs and save the world from climate change and from COVID-19 too. They can start by taking 3 steps. First, they should mandate a focus on the SDGs and climate change at their subsequent G20 summits in 2021 and 2022. Second, they should fully integrate digitalization into them, both at the G20 and at the UN. And third, they should hold a 2nd annual G20 summit at the opening of the United Nations General Assembly in September in New York to advance the SDGs and to fully integrate climate change and digitalization into them. You know, at the start of G20 summitry from 2008 to 2010, amidst the global financial crisis ravaging the world then, G20 leaders readily and successfully met twice a year to conquer it. Then they went into semi-retirement, meeting only once a year ever since. Now more than ever, it's time for their successors to return to full-time work. Thank you for your attention.
Ella, I understand that Dr. Leonid Grigoriev has not joined us yet. So maybe Andris Lesage is with us. So maybe give the floor to him.
Sure, just a quick thanks to John on your speaking points, particularly your policy recommendations on how the G20 will need to mobilize digitalization to enable the SDGs, particularly in terms of helping controlling the current existential threat, as you say, of climate change. Looks like the G20 still needs to do some very heavy lifting in this area. So we look forward to seeing if the Saudi G20 can indeed transform these silos into synergies, as you say, to get the SDGs back on track. So now, as Marina said, we'll turn the table over to Professor Dries Lesage, who's director at the Ghent Institute of International Studies, Ghent University in Belgium. Dries, it's so nice to see you as always. Welcome, and over to you, please.
Thank you very much. Good to see you all. Do you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So thank you, Ella, Marina, and all other colleagues, friends. I will now share my screen for my PowerPoint presentation. And I hope that works. Does it?
Yeah, it works properly.
Okay. So, of course, I share John's points and I share his call for a sense of urgency at the level of the G20 with regard to the major agendas he pointed out. And those are the most important things and the most pressing aspects of our discussion today and in the coming weeks. But all this also rests on a certain governance architecture, and that would be my focus for today. So I'm looking at the relationship between the United Nations and the G20, focused or in the context of the 2030 agenda. And quite optimistically, I consider it as a sea change in the G20 UN relationship. So the main point of my presentation is the question, what did the 2030 agenda do to that G20 UN relationship? A relationship that used to be problematic in the past. For example, the tensions between UN G20 at the height of the global financial crisis back in 2008, 2009. The launch of the Seoul Development Consensus in 2010, where from various corners there was concern about what the G20 was doing here, opening a parallel track to the long-standing, of course, development track of the United Nations, perhaps competing with the UN, undermining certain UN processes, distorting established and accepted UN language, etc., etc. But anyway, the 2030 agenda and the SDGs launched in 2015, in my analysis, moved the United Nations back to the center of global governance for a number of reasons. The 2030 agenda constitutes a comprehensive agenda dealing with multiple crises in a world of globalization, very big and pressing issues. The UN approached them through their SDGs in an integrated way. So making use of the United Nations comparative advantages as being a universal institution, very legitimate, rules-based, with a lot of tradition and expertise. And in that relatively new situation with the UN moving to the center, we also saw how from the outset, when the SDGs were launched, the G20 was set to accept that leading role of the United Nations, and also accepting the centrality of the 2030 agenda and the SDGs within the global governance agenda as such. So quite optimistically, as I said, I also claim that the 2030 agenda moves us towards a more constructive and productive UN G20 relationship, marrying power. The G20 brings in power, or represents power in global governance, which we need to move the multilateral processes forward on the one hand, and multilateral inclusivity represented by the United Nations, constituting a fascinating new situation. That's perhaps my main message for today. Here we see the G20's comparative advantage at play, of course, given its footprint with regard to world output, global carbon emissions, etc., its concentration of power, its flexibility, the advantages of having a process led by leaders that also bring in, of course, political clout, but also offer more opportunities for policy coherence across issue areas and also across departments and ministries within countries, which is very important for a coherent implementation of the 2030 agenda. And of course, the G20's predominance within multilateral organization also offers opportunities. Building on quite clear language, in Antalya 2015, the Chinese presidency of 2016 reaffirmed a strong G20 commitment to the SDGs, and even very importantly reinforced it. So I think that the Chinese presidency, with its established commitments anyway to the United Nations and to development, played a key role in bringing the SDGs center to the G20's work, launching the G20 action plan on the SDGs in 2016, so that forms the basis of ongoing G20 work. So we see year after year an ongoing G20 policy track since 2016, where the G20 prioritized its so-called sustainable development sectors. It gave coordination to the G20 Development Working Group. We have annual updates. We also have a voluntary peer learning mechanism among G20 members, started from the Hamburg summit in 2017 onwards. A very interesting mechanism, not really on the substantial implementation of SDGs by the members, but rather a learning process about the machinery of how implementing and monitoring implementation of SDGs at country level and internationally, also in support to the poorest countries. With the G20 also saying we do not want to duplicate UN work, including the national voluntary reviews of individual UN members at the annual high-level political forum in New York, where we do have substantial implementation monitoring. So here an example, and my paper is based on the study of policy processes and governance mechanisms, but also based on the study of language. Here, for example, in the Osaka 2019 update, the G20 understands what already happened in Hangzhou in 2016 as a process to put sustainable development embodied by the 2030 agenda at the center of G20's work, which is a very important statement. Here we see again language from the Osaka's Leaders Declaration of 2019 that shows the importance for the G20 of the SDG agenda. Here it appears in the preamble and in paragraph number 3, again illustrating how the 2030 agenda moved to the center of the G20 agenda. What is important here is that we see multiple roles of the G20 at play. And since I am studying GX processes, G7, G8, and G20, I have always thought about what is the relationship between those major power groupings and the official rules-based multilateral governance system. with often tensions and problematic situations, rivalry, legitimacy issues, etc., etc. But what I now see studying the G20 operating with regard to Agenda 2030, I see that we are moving towards a more constructive relationship, really a synergistic relationship, in which the G20 puts its comparative advantage at the disposal of the official multilateralism here with the 2030 agenda of the UN at its core. So it's about multiple roles. Those roles are, most of these roles are also explicitly reflected in G20 documents. For example, the 2016 action plan, for example, the updates, which also illustrates a growing and a more clear self-conceptualization of the G20, of its own role within global governance. That has not always been very clear, but throughout this process, we see a crystallizing also and a growing consensus of the role of the G20 in global governance, which is a good thing at this point in the history of the G20, after its elevation to a summit at the height of the global financial crisis, its role as a crisis committee. Here we see more crystallizing a long-term role for the G20 in multiple ways, multiple roles, and also in a closer synergy with the United Nations. I see a symbolic role with endorsing very clearly, and that's an important message to the rest of the world, endorsing that importance of 2030 agenda and its centrality. And linguistically speaking, from a humble position on behalf of the G20, G20 always putting itself in a subordinate position vis-à-vis the United Nations, in a supporting role, stressing we do not want to put ourselves in place of or duplicating the work of. Operationally, of course, the G20 members' domestic implementation, given the weight of G20 members in the global economy, this is, of course, crucial. The G20 as an orchestrator, here I refer to theoretical literature on orchestration, with the G20 playing a supporting guiding role within multilateral institutions, but not putting itself in the place of the UN high-level political forum, which is the official central body in the world to oversee the implementation of the SDGs, and the G20 explicitly acknowledges that role of the HLPF. And of course, finally, the enabling role of the G20, and the G20 at certain occasions in the documents refers to it itself again, namely looking at the text of 2030 agenda and the SDGs in particular. It's about so many areas, so many sectors, but we are all aware that some extremely important dimensions to sustainable development, such as financial stability, tax capacity and fairness, climate, now COVID-19, and peace and security, even though they are touched upon within the SDGs, we know that the fundamental addressing of these issues will not depart from the SDGs. The SDGs are not detailed enough on these very important, intricate questions. Politically speaking, the SDGs were not a forum or the text to solve the major issues with regard to peace and security, for example, with regard to financial stability. So there, the UN and the SDG process need to look to other fora and other bodies with their power. And the G20 is, of course, one of the prominent enablers, one of the prominent bodies that are also responsible to set right those enabling environment, those enabling dimensions to the SDGs. Here I refer to the MDGs, which were seriously harmed or even undermined by the global financial crisis, which came along in 2018. Currently, we have so many armed conflicts. We have COVID-19 that again come along and roll over the world and distort or undermine the achievement of the SDGs, as John pointed out. And this is also, that this should also be a special point of attention, of course, for the G20 to be aware of the threats coming from those outside dimensions towards the SDGs and the comparative advantage of the and responsibility of the G20 to address them. So to conclude my final slide, this is an unfolding process, G20 UN cooperation on SDGs, but with a huge potential. There might still be, of course, risks of selectivity on behalf of the G20, diversion of the agenda, already starting with diversion in terms of language, to take into account or to look critically at. And what I just say, taking the enabling role to heart is a key priority also for the upcoming summit. But anyway, the G20 UN SDG collaboration for me is a major global governance innovation. Deserves more attention than it received thus far. And I would say to policymakers, please hold this momentum. Thank you very much. This paper is based on research that will appear in a chapter of a new book on the G20 and development, G20 and sustainable development, in the Routledge Global Governance series led by John, and a few other participants to this meeting also contribute chapters to that book that is long overdue, but it will come soon. Thank you.
Thanks, Dries. We look forward to the book's publication for sure. And I have to say, I particularly found it interesting to hear your perspective on the relationship between the UN and the G20 vis-a-vis the 2030 agenda, and how the 2030 agenda is really working to enhance this relationship between the UN and the G20 for what we hope is going to be a more cohesive 2030 agenda overall. It certainly presents a more optimistic perspective on how these two institutions can work more synergistically, not only in terms of policy coordination, which we know is critical, but also in terms of implementation, something which you know our team is very interested in and follows quite closely, as well as Marina's team in Moscow. So thank you, Dries, for your insights this afternoon. They're very, very much appreciated. Now, Marina, I see that Mr. Grigoriev has joined the meeting.
I'm here.
Hello, I would like to now introduce to the audience Mr. Leonid Grigoriev, who is the Chief
Welcome. Thank
Advisor and the head of the Analytical Center under the government of the Russian Federation. Mr. Grigoriev, it's a pleasure to have you. Welcome. The microphone is now.
It's my turn. Very good. How much time I have? Remind me.
About 7 to 8 minutes, if you don't mind. Would
7 to 8 minutes. Okay, I will try.
Thank you.
I haven't prepared slides because I'm teaching. I have 5 Zooms today, and I'm between the lecture to second-year bachelors and to masters. So I asked for, I'm happy I found the window in between. My point on CDG, I have 2 publications. One was probably circulated, published in August. And we, with Professor Bobolev, we tried to reassess the situation with CDG in the year of COVID and recession. We basically suggested a few major points. So I will do it as a kind of short thesis. First, it was very little done between 2015 and 2019 in terms of realization of very good intentions, but there were no major investment capital formation boom in terms of following implementation any particular parts of CDG. So we have plain capital formation in the world, and to some extent even reduction in some because of China and some other countries. We looked into the investments for in European Union and what's coming from International Energy Agency and from IRENA. Actually, the peak of investment for renewables was in 2011. After that, it went, it's pretty high, but it's not growing before this year. It wasn't growing before this year. Second, so the key topic for everybody is climate change prevention. So our first starting point, it has not been done enough in these 5 years. It was business as usual. A second point, behind climate change and energy transition issues, there are a lot of positive intentions, positive steps, but still emission is growing in 2018 and 2019. Growing very fast in some countries outside the core OECD. And the growth is a bit higher than decline in the United States and in the European Union. China has recently announced the idea of moving out of coal by 2050 and out of carbonization by 2060, but indicated that the peak of emission in China will be between 2025 and 2030. The issue is, for us, it's kind of a good promise, but it's a rather long time before we see the decline of emission. Particularly, it's a problem because it's going to be after, probably peak in China, it will be after the checking point of 23-24 for the Paris Agreement in general. So at the moment of review, China is not promising to reach the peak. So it's not that bright picture. The huge, I would say, optimistically successful measures taken inside the European Union, basically it's just about 9% of emission, 9%. And we made a table recently, we will publish and we'll send it soon, demonstrating when the most polluting countries have, as we all understand, the less rigid obligations, the less promising steps. So our point, with all the optimistic on declaration and plans, we probably not making it, may not making it. Probably we're losing the war. And another matter is the effect of COVID-19 in terms of healthcare. In CDG-free, epidemic story was written as an objective in the following terms: to liquidate all epidemics by 2030. Come on, there is no chance for it now, we understand, because we need to prepare ourselves for something more dangerous. And not all healthcare systems basically demonstrate effectiveness to fight that kind of pandemic problems. And probably it will be reshuffling of healthcare systems, and probably it's a need to modernize CDG-free to accommodate the coronavirus situation. Next point about CDG-10 inequality. As everybody knows, there is no indicators for inequality in CDG story. There is no targets. Everybody knows. Well, I'm not talking about this 1% rich people having everything. We are talking about the normal 10th decile. 10th decile share is rigid. No Kuznets umbrella is working at just nothing. And even so, theorem is not working. The distance between rich and poor countries is not really disappearing. So we live in the world in which we have a prospect of growing population by another at least 1 billion people, 2 billion by 2040, and at least 1 billion will be in the poorest countries. This plus 1 billion will be in Africa, plus some Asian poor strata. It's poor strata. My point is very dramatic, I would say. I believe that we have now poor people about the same amount, not share, amount as in 2000, at the start of millennium goals. Probably we should look more carefully and more sober at the success and the fighting poverty. We may be even not in the good shape to declare the success, because we understand that China and India made all the game by 2015, but now we have many other people, plus 1 billion in Africa. It's a problem. It's a problem. Everybody busy, everybody concerned, but as soon as we go from optimistic scenarios and interesting separate events and success story here in the mostly cases and scenarios, as soon as we go to forecasting demographic is very risky and it promising a lot of problems with poverty. We have a problem with healthcare. By the way, the first wave of COVID-19 is not our in India, Brazil, or South Africa. We are not talking about United States because we are not talking United States. We are not talking about United States because we have elections. So we are not talking about United States. But we have a second wave in Europe. So basically, we study in 2 articles. One is distributed, one is coming in 2 months, is the review of the real problem of CIIR. I'm happy about commitments of countries. We don't have any global coordination because global governance is complete in disarray. We have a world of sanctions, conflicts, and it's multiplying. It looks like Balkan wars in the beginning of 20th century. It's very dangerous. We don't have healthcare system working safely for everybody, and we have poverty, and we don't make climate change prevention, at least at the moment. And I don't think that the picture of 2040 would be satisfactory if we have on one hand huge success of elimination of emission by production in the European Union, happy place, from 9% of global emission to some low percentage, and a plus 1 billion poor people. It's not really the world we are looking to for in the Agenda 2030. I'm not pessimistic in the long run in the results, but I'm realistic about where we are now. So what we actually suggested with Professor Bogolev, we don't probably have time and capacity to review CIIR. It's impossible at the time of recession and pandemic at the same time, but we have a section called pandemic protocol. So maybe we should start thinking about a very short list of immediate objectives, affordable in terms of management, money, to prevent this sliding, how to say it? Yeah, sliding the road to the situation of a start from which it will be very difficult to make even Agenda 2030 in the simplest form. We know that some pessimists from United Nations and from media have recently demonstrated that some countries like Bangladesh industry producing, say, shorts. In some other places, a few 100 million people probably already back. They're losing the benefits and their position, social achievements made in the previous 10, 15, 20 years. World is in a much more dangerous position in now than in 2015. Back close to poverty because of the COVID and recession, and not really talking to each other on these issues, because it's kind of separate. All stories are separate. Countries, great power and concerned with everything of immediate politics, but not about something more comprehensive to get out from this very risky situation. Probably it's 7 minutes. I'm afraid it's already 7 minutes. I have some couple more points, but do I still have time? To be honest,
I think another minute or two to wrap up would be perfect.
Yeah. Okay, so that was on risks and dangers. What we think that we probably could put couple points, update CDG, and look into the situation not by projects, but by looking in what could be done by inertia, by technologies, by success in developed countries. But still, we don't see, even Germany didn't get rid of coal. We have intention to do it all the time, but we haven't done it in Germany. And we are very concerned about social side of the coal industry, because in many countries, including China, but especially India, South Africa, Indonesia, many Colombia, developing countries, we have big regions producing coal for the country, for domestic use, for export. So we are afraid that even money assigned by Chinese project, they said to eliminate coal and to come to non-carbon energy by 2060, it will take $15 trillion. $15 trillion for 1/4 of emission, right now it's 1/4 for China, gives us a measure of money required to deal with the rest of developing countries' emission. I don't believe that 1 trillion of green money would be sufficient for European Union. It's another matter, but we can calculate it. But 15 trillion of Chinese money for their part gives us a very interesting measure. We in the completely new world, because of COVID and because of pandemic and crisis, and probably the conference like this in some maybe next meetings of political leaders will, it's a good time and place to recognize the real situation. We are a few steps back in the development, in poverty, in healthcare, I'm not sure the decline of emission 2020 is much more than a hot air, in which we accused Russians that in the 90s it was hot air. It's 2020 hot air. It may be very well back to big emission on the recovery. I would suggest, and for G20, and for BRICS, and for G7 or whatever, to start thinking where to make a quick reassessment, United Nations, to make a quick reassessment where we are now in terms of Paris Agreement and in CDG process. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Grigoriev. I completely agree with you that we may be losing the war on climate change with the focus so heavily shifting to the current global health care crisis. along with ensuing global economic uncertainties, of course, and not to mention, as you said, this series of very dangerous regional conflicts. I think the commitment by China to decarbonize by 2060 does hold some promise, although, as you correctly noted, China needs to hit peak emissions before their levels can actually start to come down. So certainly a lot of unanswered questions remained on that front. And on that note, we thank you sincerely for your thoughts, and we look forward to reading your further research findings. Thank you. Next, I have the great pleasure of introducing and hearing from our conference host, Dr. Marina Larionova, who is head of the Center for International Institutions Research at RANEPA in Moscow. Marina, without further ado, over to you.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good. Well, I'd like to add a couple of points or reflections to the discussion on addressing the gaps of global digital governance. And I agree with Professor Grigoriev that we are in a completely different world now, and we have to take the opportunities thinking about the challenges and the risks. And not only should we think about the past and the current risks, but the future risks as well. So one of the major risks is that the current fragmented formation of digital governance bears the roots of crisis as the result of the international regulatory system weakness, as happened in 2008 crisis caused by the systemic financial regulation problems. What we observe now is the new regulatory mechanisms which are being concurrently shaped in key international institutions, the United Nations, the International Telecommunications Union, WTO, OECD, EU, G20, and there is some relation between the G20 and the OECD and EU. Both of them seem to be decoupled from the United Nations consultations on the digital cooperation architecture led by the United Nations Secretary General. As you well know, the Secretary General Roadmap for Digital Cooperation considers 3 models proposed by the high-level panel in 2019: a strengthened and enhanced Internet Governance Forum Plus, a distributed co-governance architecture or networked approach, and a digital commons architecture with multiple tracks, each owned by the United Nations agency. The Internet Governance Forum Plus seems to emerge as the preferred model. However, the consultations continue with a view to identify possible complementarity of the other 2 models' features and pilot the distributed co-governance approach at the national or regional level. And while the expected outcome will apparently be inclusive in membership, democratic in design, and legitimate in its inception, it is likely to lack capacity, efficiency, authority, and operational speed needed to identify vulnerabilities, develop policy proposals, and monitor implementation. Second, we have several influential institutions shaping plurilateral digital regulation already. Among them, the OECD and the European Union, both gaining influence in digital governance. And in both cases, it is based on the combined economic power and digital leadership of the members. The reputation as, for the OECD, its reputation as a unique international expert forum, the quality of normative activities, and high dynamics of norm setting, intensive engagement with partners and promotion of the norms and standards through the international institutions, including the G20. However, neither the OECD nor the EU-led institution could become or would be accepted as truly global and equally shared by the developed countries, emerging economies, and developing countries. They would be perceived as consolidating the balance of power embodied by the Bretton Woods system, successfully resisting decades-long endeavors for its reform. Third, there are many other interesting ideas floating around, such as setting up a data standards task force to help create a single data zone where, I quote, trustworthy data can circulate freely between participating jurisdictions sharing similar values. The proposal envisages that the right alliance should initially include advanced countries such as Canada, the European Union, the United States, and Japan, and subsequently may expand to other nation states. Well, this approach is well as well as the creation of regional mechanisms, would be easier to launch and implement, but will not overcome the problem of digital governance fragmentation. Fourth, what is needed is truly global, new digital governance architecture, which is inclusive. I strongly support the CIIR proposal that the G20 is the right forum to take the responsibility for creating new institutions and processes, and not only because the G20 is representative and had a similar experience setting up the Financial Stability Board. Most importantly, digital economy development is crucial for attaining the G20 goal of strong, sustainable, balanced, and inclusive growth, and thus should be inherent to the G20 agenda. I believe that G20 should take the responsibility and demonstrate leadership by establishing Digital Stability Board with a mandate to identify vulnerabilities, propose global standards, regulations, and policies on the multiple and various issues of data governance and platform economy, as well as artificial intelligence, and monitor their implementation. Bringing together the G20 members, key organizations engaged in digital governance, and other relevant stakeholders, this new body could help prevent the crisis imminent in the laissez-faire regulatory approach and enable adequate participation of major developing and emerging market economies in shaping global digital economy governance. Simultaneously, the G20 could also make the target of building inclusive digital governance one of the targets of Sustainable Development Goal 17 on partnership for the goals. Fifth, and most importantly, given the current geopolitical landscape full of tensions and divides, the decision would require a really strong political will and commitment. Is it feasible? Will the world leaders be able to rise above the contradictions and short-term interests to start building institutions for the 21st century? I'm not sure, though I'm hopeful. And I hope that the Think 20 deliberations within the Saudi Arabia presidency and the subsequent Think 20 deliberation, as well as the discussions in the conferences such as this one and the session on the future of global governance, will shed some light on the issue and develop propositions for the G20 leaders, for the practitioners, and for the United Nations thinkers. Thanks a lot. I hope I've done it on time.
Marina, you were perfectly on time. Thank you for your thoughts and your analysis this afternoon, and of course your deep insights into this really important issue of digital governance, particularly your policy recommendation on the need for a new digital governance architecture within the context of the G20 perhaps. It's certainly something that I'm hopeful will find traction, if not this year under the Saudi presidency, then indeed next year once the Italians assume the G20's presidency. I'm certainly hopeful, as you are, Marina, that we can move closer and further in this direction. So I'm keeping my fingers crossed as you are. Thank you, Marina. Finally, I'm going to turn the microphone over to our final panelist this afternoon and introduce to you Professor Jan Waters, Director of the Leuven Center for Global Governance Studies and Professor of International Law and International Organizations at KU Leuven in Belgium. Jan, always a pleasure to see you. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. The microphone is yours. I cannot hear Jan.
I'm a professor. No one can hear you. There's no sound. Listen, there's no sound. No sound from you. Your microphone is off.
There's no sound. There's no sound.
Do you hear me now? Ella, do you hear me?
Can you hear us?
I'm sorry.
Hello?
Do you hear me?
Marina?
Yes.
Marina, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Hi, Marina. I apologize. There were a number of people while Jan was speaking who did not have an opportunity to listen to his presentation because they were having sound issues. I'm not sure if you could hear him, Marina, but I on my end could not hear Jan, as a number of panelists couldn't either.
Yes, Ella, I understand. I saw it in the chat.
Okay.
I tried to explain it. This is the problem, is that this was a recording and obviously something was wrong when we put it on.
Oh, I see.
We will try to resolve it in the break. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, you can.
Absolutely.
Obviously, then you couldn't even hear me because I tried to explain the problem and you didn't hear me, right?
No, I could not hear you during the explanation. I apologize, Marina.
Let us do this. We will try to sort it out in the break.
Sure.
And put the recording on in the subsequent in the following session, so that we don't take off time. Now, Ella.
Yes.
So we have had very interesting presentations, I think. And some of them even challenging, like saying that we are not going to make it. And indeed, the COVID set back the progress on many of the goals, sustainable development goals and the Paris Agreement go back. So would you like to, I don't know, somehow raise some question to the speakers, or sum up, or accentuate, emphasize something else, or maybe reflect on something, so that we
Absolutely. Thanks, Marina. I think based on what we've heard this afternoon from our panelists, I think we can all agree that this unprecedented global crisis brought on by COVID-19 really provides a unique opportunity for the G20 to act swiftly and harness these really innovative digital tools in order to accelerate progress on the UN's SDGs, which, you know, we've heard today they've fallen drastically behind on over the years. In the face of such large scale and rapidly evolving global crisis, I think the flexible and the agile nature of the G20 can really prove to be more adept at providing this kind of coordination that's needed to deliver on these new digital opportunities. But to do so, I think the G20 is going to have to combine these emerging technology advances with sound public policy. And in order to do that, they're going to have to use cross-sectoral partnerships, particularly with governments and businesses, civil society, global scientists, of course, healthcare organizations, and nonprofits. And Marina, I agree, perhaps one way to do so, as you suggested, is through the creation of this Digital Stability Board with a very specific mandate to propose global standards and regulations and policies across these multiple data governance issues. So certainly this panel offered us a lot to absorb and to consider and to think about further. I think in closing, we can agree that we really all look forward to seeing how the G20 deals with this very complex set of issues in a few weeks from now, as Saudi Arabia hosts its very first G20 summit, of course, virtually. Those are some of my concluding thoughts on the panel, and I would like to also turn the microphone over to any of our panel speakers to offer some of their concluding thoughts as well. So if anybody would like to take over from here, the podium is now yours. Professor Curtin, we always like to hear from you. Any concluding thoughts this afternoon?
Well, if not, then obviously we can switch complete this session and switch to the next session, and invite Victoria Vladimirovna Panova, Managing Director, Russian National Committee on BRICS Research, Scientific Supervisor, BRICS Russian Expert Council, Vice President for International Relations of the Far East Federal University. Victoria, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Marina. Really great to see everybody here. Unfortunate that on the one hand, it's great that we have digital technologies, which we're also discussing today, that allow us to be meeting even during the time of pandemics. At the same time, it's quite a pity that we're not seeing each other in person. It would have been much more fruitful discussions, because it's not only at the sessions that we come at brilliant conclusions, but also at the coffee breaks and aftermath of the conference when we arrive at new projects. But we have what we have, and let's hope that we are to be arriving at some different face-to-face mode, at least next year. We're not hoping for this year, but I'm really looking forward to seeing all of you in person soon enough. I know we've had, there were some issues. Please let me know if at some point you cannot hear me. I hope you can for now. We are arriving at their last session of this conference, and we have a really brilliant set of speakers to discuss the economic problems of their current stage of development of world order. And without further ado, without talking too much myself, it's not my task here, I would be asking this set of brilliant speakers to actually come in, and I would ask to first comment onto the floor Mr. Jonathan Freud. He was formerly the personal representative of the Prime Minister of Canada, Justin Trudeau, for the G20 and the coordinator of international economic relations. And he also served numerous times as ambassador on many important venues of and demonstrated leading Canadian role in their global economic governance, be it the WTO and numerous very important working groups and commissions that are responsible for their global trade and economic development. He was negotiator for the Chinese WTO accession, and also was among those who brought into being their NAFTA. Back then it was just starting. So he's also one of the two lead advisors to the World Economic Forum's International Trade and Investment Platform. And I can actually continue the naming his achievements endlessly, but I think we would benefit much more if we ask Jonathan to talk to us and to give his view on the current situation. Please, the floor is yours.
Victoria, thank you for the generous introduction, and let me thank the organizers for gathering such a stellar array of very wise people. It's been a very rich discussion. There are many themes. I'm not sure that I'll do that much more than to try and consolidate and synthesize many of the themes that have already been put on the table, because there's much food for thought, much food for reflection, and much food for further work. So let me try in a very short time to do that synthesis. What I heard in the various sessions and panels, firstly, is an underlying theme of what I might call fragmentation. And fragmentation in numerous dimensions. One, we're seeing increasing competition, if I can put it that way, between multilateral approaches and regional or plurilateral approaches. That's true in trade. The WTO tells us we have now over 400 operational free trade agreements, ranging from bilateral to mega regional and arrangements in between. We're seeing a fragmentation in production, thanks to COVID, accelerating the process of regionalization and reshoring of supply chains rather than a fully integrated global approach. We're seeing the potential fragmentation of things digital, not just because of competing standards or seeking industrial advantage, but in part because of the potential collision between concerns about fundamental societal values, ranging from personal privacy to cybersecurity on the one hand, and the pressures for open flow of data and collective use of technology on the other. And we're seeing fragmentation of informal groupings alongside the international organizations. The IMF on its website, if you search, has a wonderful working paper last updated in 2019, which is called A Guide to the Gs, beginning with the G3 and G5, going through G7 and G7, right up to G77 and G90. We have groupings such as those triggered by trade agreements, such as Mercosur, the African Union, and so on. And of course, it's been a tradition, whether in the United Nations or in the IMF or in trade circles, to see caucuses, if I can call it that, of like-minded groups. The Cairns group of agricultural exporters versus the Friends of Fish, for example, to try and tackle overfishing. We saw that 30 years ago in the negotiation of the Law of the Sea Convention. That was not an East-West or a North-South debate. That was coastal states versus fishing states, landlocked states versus least developed states, and so on. So some of the fragmentation is natural, as countries do seek common company with like-minded. Some, however, is avoidable. So that's the first theme I take away from the discussion of current challenges. Second, it's restating the obvious, whether you call it the fourth industrial revolution or digitalization. And although you had a specific session on this, it pervaded all of the discussion that the impact of digitalization is pervasive. It's pervasive on the way business is done, from how money crosses borders and how payments are made, through to the physical production of goods as we look ahead to 3D printing and so on, which puts border tariffs in the category of potentially irrelevant, because there will be nothing crossing a border other than data if production increasingly becomes local. Third major theme, if I can, I don't know if this is the right word, but let me just call it socialization. Many of our speakers and panelists have highlighted fundamentally human concerns about the disparity and growing disparity in income between wage earners and executives, disparities based on race, ethnicity, gender, and level of development. I suppose the rise of populism and a rise of protest in so many countries is not a surprising response to that. But there's another dimension of socialization which I would want to draw out, and that is an increasing awareness, certainly among our publics, and hopefully among governments as well, of the challenges of the global commons. And while climate change is maybe primordial and paramount, it's not exclusive. I think debate about the blue economy, debate about the health of our oceans, debate about overuse and abuse of our agricultural lands are also reflections of an increasingly social dimension to the challenges that face us. So all of which is to say the challenges are myriad. The challenges are intersecting, and you can't take one of them without dealing with their connections to some of these other dimensions. What is to be done? Many people criticize the G20 for being less effective, less robust today than in comparison to the global financial crisis. In part true, but in part symptomatic of the nature of the challenges we face. If I'm right about the human dimension, if I'm right about the fact that our publics are engaged and concerned, if I'm right about the fact that so much of this is driven by domestic concerns, then governments, be they democratic or otherwise, first and foremost have to be accountable to their own people. So much of the action and reaction and responses ends up having to be domestic in nature. If you think about, for example, the first weeks and months following recognition of the global pandemic, it is quite explainable and excusable that a country and a government would say to itself, first and foremost, I've got to protect the health of my own citizens. And thus I've got to, in a time of shortages of masks and personal protective equipment, make sure there's enough at home. So we did witness a number of measures taken by various governments to put their own citizens first. Balance that with what the G20 said very early on and has repeated since. We recognize imperatives of public health may require emergency measures. However, they should be temporary, they should be transparent, they should be only proportionate to those immediate needs. And thus you still saw a collective G20 commitment, including the United States and China, including India through to Western Europe, all saying, yes, we're going to be restrained and we all want to aim for an environment where we can be cooperative in tackling the health crisis. Similarly, on the financial side, everybody has had to scrounge the cupboards and find the money to provide the stimulus to keep people employed, to keep small business going, and to fund the immediate health needs. The G20 did readily agree, I can say readily, on a debt moratorium, temporary relief for least developed. We'll see what happens in the next week or two about either extending it or expanding it. So there has been, notwithstanding ideological differences, notwithstanding different views about the health or effectiveness of the WTO or the WHO, some modicum of international cooperation. So I think at worst, I would give the G20 a mixed grade rather than a failing grade. Let me, in the very short time available, having talked about fragmentation and socialization, talk about a third theme that has come out, which is heterogeneity of governance. You know, the G20 has never been, if I can use a lawyer's term, an institution of jurisdiction. It's never been given a charter, a mandate, a constitution, a formal decision-making role. In effect, it is a caucus unique among many others. Unique because it's not like-minded necessarily, but it is, on the other hand, 85% of global GDP, 70% of global population, 80% or 85% of the world's emissions, all within 19 countries plus the EU. That's not an unrepresentative group to at least allow a very candid exchange of views. And having been elevated to the leader's level, it means any subject of public governance is on the table. And that provides a unique opportunity to compare notes, to exchange best practices, to integrate everything from a health to a trade to a fiscal perspective, and to ensure some coherence in policy. But can it decide for the world? No. Can it allow governments to take those views to the relevant institutions? Absolutely. Does it allow governments to take home to their own system lessons learned from the success and failures of others? That too is a benefit that is a continuing one of bringing leaders and their officials together on a regular basis. But the digital discussion highlights, in effect, the reality that the heterogeneity goes beyond governance, because increasingly many of these issues are multi-stakeholder in nature, and rulemaking, decision-making, policy-making will require the input and participation of actors beyond governments to be effective. So just on the last panel, the illustration of a potential digital stability board is interesting in an additional respect that I'll just draw out. The Financial Stability Board, of course, brings together not only treasuries and central bankers and securities regulators, but representatives of industry. There is at the table the International Association of Insurance Supervisors, and so on. So too, in things digital, if you think about how we regulate domain names through ICANN, how we debate content versus conduit, who are interested? Well, it's not just the FANGs and the providers of these services, but ultimately the consumers and users of these services as well. And thus many of the discussions underway in various fora on things digital do require the participation and input of stakeholders beyond government. This too is not unprecedented if we think again about other past rulemaking. The Landmines Convention certainly had active participation of civil society groups, to take one example that's beyond the economy. So it's not unprecedented to think about ways we can tackle these issues by having governments better engage with stakeholders. We do less good a job on trade, other than those who speak loudest and often with the most protectionist views. But there too, it should be possible to open up discussions in a manner that allows broader participation. And of course, an important voice, and I'll finish here, is to congratulate you, because aside from industry views, the public policy community, through research, through evidence-based analysis, through forward thinking, becomes just as important a contributor. So this conference and the work that should flow from it, and your future reconvening, will be an absolutely essential part of finding our way through the crisis and going forward. So I'll stop there. I've taken too much time. I want to thank again both the organizers and everyone who has spoken before me for such enlightening insights. So thanks.
Thank you so much, Jonathan. Really comprehensive overview and very deep analysis indeed. While you've raised a number of extremely important issues, I think what matters most for all of us is the social aspect, is what all of those issues have not exactly on states or economies, but how this via all those processes and the G20 activities and its mixed result, as I say, influence the lives of their common people, how the digital technologies, the data flow, what we've witnessed over COVID and further on, do influence their social adaptability and growing inequality and other things that exactly where we have human beings, not an economy, not as just this abstract structure, but each one of us. And I think this is extremely important. Thank you so much for that. I'd like now to ask Marek Revizorski, who is the associate professor at the Gdansk University, to also give the floor, to take the floor. You've given some extensive analysis to the work of those club mechanisms, and there's certainly this work you've devoted not only to the G20 alone, but also to the so-called triad, as you called it, of club mechanism of G7, G20, and BRICS. I think you first raised the issue during the previous chairmanship of Russia in the BRICS. And so if you could also give your views on how current situation is influenced by those by those mechanisms, and what exactly is happening. So how you view the global economic governance in current conditions. Marek, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Victoria. And thank you, Marina, for invitation to this conference. Well, good afternoon, because I just recently joined the conference. I didn't follow it because I was sort of locked in a virtual classroom today. So I'm finally relieved and I can be with you. And I hope that my proposal, my presentation will be at least partly coherent with the great presentations of our excellent colleagues before. Here, I would like to continue the line of discussion which was initiated by Jonathan about the social aspects of global governance, the challenges related to it, by discussing populism and global economic governance. And this is the title of my short presentation, between hyperliberalism and national policy space. And there is a question in the title: is there a way to mitigate populist risks for global economic governance in a post-COVID-19 world? Here I just start with the very obvious notion that the pandemic is bringing with it economic and financial crisis. And the drivers of the crisis are slowdowns in production, or stoppages in productions, even I can say, and consumption, and most acute diffusion of pandemics. In case of European economies closely integrated into global value chains, they will probably suffer from supply chain contagion. This is describing not mine, but Baldwin and DiMauro recently just used it. And major negative spillover can be partly compensated by indirect fiscal stimulus, income support measures introduced by governments, such as tax reliefs or guaranteed incomes, for example. And in fact, this answer to the crisis has been offered, is on the table by the administration of President Donald Trump, who puts pressure very much on Congress to pass a $2 trillion US coronavirus stimulus deal. And this stimulus deal is quite interesting, because it includes supporting very uneven healthcare system in the United States, helping firms, extending unemployment benefits, and even sending money directly to the US citizens. It's very, very broad program. However, we have now early comments of experts such as Professor Paul Krugman, who is considering Donald Trump probably not as adequate leader to carry on this program. Well, and we will see if this will work. If this will work, is fine. If not, we might have another wave of coronavirus crisis, global crisis. And now I'm coming to populists. For socio-economic populists, such as Mexico President Andres Manuel Lopez Obrador, very popular in this country, who rails against business interests and sides with the poor, who is not very fond of global governance and promotes domestic solutions instead. Utilizing income support measures may be super important. It allows to elevate such leaders as men of the people who attack unfairness of globalization and target inequality. as a result of neoliberal practices, which translate into severe wealth disparities. For cultural populists, such as Donald Trump, Jair Bolsonaro, or Hungarian example, Mr. Viktor Orban, seeing a majority of ethnic religious group, natives as the true people, and immigrants, ethnic religious minorities and cultural elites as the other, detachment from common framing of global solutions and the crisis can be used to further cultural conflicts that brought them to power. And now, in case of both socio-economic and cultural populists, both of them I can label tentatively as pandemic populists, one thing is common. I mean, shift toward local corona and post-coronavirus governance, regardless if they take an illiberal response, assuming excessive emergency powers, or they use crisis to crack down on political opponents. In the long term, might be catalyst for two phenomena. The first is building the stronger domestic position and rising resistance against any forms of governance at a global level. This is just a pure possibility in the long term. And the second is amplifying anti-globalization signals, boost rolling back liberalization, and increase discrimination against foreigners, whether they are migrants, companies, investments perceived as a threat for national security. This is very much the case of American President Donald Trump. These concerns are not properly, I think, recognized by some researchers who advise heavier balancing from global to national governance. And one of them is Danny Rodrik, known for his extremely critical approach to deeper economic integration. He even, in one of his publications called Global Governance as a False Promise, and here I remember John Mersheimer many years ago writing about international organizations as a false promise. Rodrik argued that civil society is national, so our nation states, and the word economy should be cured at the domestic level. He seeks major drivers of the rise of populism in uncompensated adjustment, cost and redistributive effects of economic globalization, and fleshes out the matter of inequalities and sovereignty. The last is quite important here from a political economic age, being restricted by, let's say, dark specter of globalization. While Rodrik makes a very good point in perceiving major drivers of the rise of populism, his deep criticism of hyperglobalization or hyperliberalism, and this is labeled by Robert Cox, earlier one, and when Daniel Rodrik is calling for decisive shift toward national governance, it does not guarantee avoiding extreme unfairness of globalization. And here's a question. So if the globalization cannot be abandoned, but democracies still want to protect their social arrangements, is there any middle way between hyper-liberalism and more national policy space? And I think it might be. It may be in improving quality of domestic policies. Jonathan was mentioning something in this vein, and identifying good regulatory practices, encouraging learning, which in turn might decrease the burden set of domestic policy, enhancing good governance, influencing also perceptions of globalization as more fair process instead of coining it as a cause of current malaise. And these goals, of course, are dependent on developing international cooperation in the spheres of global governance. And if I have 2 more minutes, I will quickly go through a regional and global perspective. I'll try to do it. One example is of such cooperation, which is crucial, which has the power to dissolve populist pressure at the regional level, is broadly discussed in Europe plan of Corona bonds. Well, this big discussion about this is another iteration of Eurobonds or Euro obligations, which would enable European countries to get funds to support increased spending and lower taxes without increasing the national debt. Contrary to Rodrik, pointing at globalization as ideology, weakening nation states, undermining sovereignty and democracy, misleading people with empty promises of elitist global economic governance framework, I think this is not globalization and global governance, but sovereignty in its traditional form as political and quite archaic Westphalian discursive artifacts, which creates risks for democracies and is kind of feeding ground for populists. Let's see, Corona bonds, they might push the EU from local to global governance and serve as external engine enhancing democratic political forces. But there's difficulty in the shift. It demands major political choice of transfer sovereignty from national to European level. And for now, it's unlikely for political reasons. There's also a big discussion in the European Union about multi-speed Europe, two-speed, multi-speed Europe, and is ongoing since '70s. So it's a big political. So what is available at the moment? I think that perhaps the most, I'm not original saying this, but perhaps the most viable solution is continue incremental work of global governance institutions, such as G20, because this international center of global economic governance has considerable experience in finding collective solutions and at reducing burden place of domestic policy. And here, there are a number of examples. For example, the last extraordinary summit when there was a pledge of $5 trillion for recovery of global economy. But also different example here is G20 plan to close global infrastructure gap introduced by Argentinian presidency 2 years ago. And in case of its successful implementation, there is a hope of at least partial improving of financing public health systems, which play, I think, fundamental role in responding to current coronavirus pandemic. And the last passage on my presentation will be a quotation from Joseph Stiglitz, who one of his commentaries wrote that when we face a crisis like an epidemic or a hurricane, we turn to government because we know that such events demand collective action. And I think collective action is a key word here, and maybe shift from traditional Westphalian to post-Westphalian shared pool of sovereignty, and from local to more global governance is still worth consideration, not only for decision makers, but also for us members of academia. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Marek. I would ask all the speakers to keep to their time limit of 10 minutes. We have only 1 hour for all of us, and I do hope that we have at least some time for discussion. So now allow me to introduce José Eduardo Marta de Sabrandao, who is the Deputy Director of International Research in Political and Economic Affairs of the IPEA, the Institute for Applied Economic Research. And IPEA is our trusted long-time partner, and also is the chief coordinator of their BTTC process from Brazil, and was really gets all the credits, and we're really thankful for organizing really wonderful last year, the hosting of their BRICS Academic Forum and Second Track initiatives as well. So, and now, Jose, the floor is yours. Please keep to the time.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Victoria. Thank you, Marina. Much of what I was going to talk about has been said before, so I'm sorry for being repetitive. One of the main side effects of the COVID-19 pandemic was the retraction of economic activity worldwide. This process took place through at least 3 mechanisms. First, the movement reduction of people and increased uncertainty, leading to a retraction in the supply and demand. Second, many governments have suspended the operation of various economic activities, which have reduced the supply of goods and services. Third, governments have directly restricted the movement of people in several cases, suspend or limiting passenger transport, for example, which has reduced the job offers around the world. its consequence on international trade occurred and in at least three ways. First, the downturn in domestic economic activity has reduced import capacity and demand for imported items. Second, several governments have introduced restrictions on exports, and in order to avoid shortage of domestic market, especially health items and or other essential items, food, for example. Until June, around 90 countries have imposed some kind of restriction of this type. Third, restrictions on transport have reduced the international flow of goods and services. During the pandemic, we saw the growth of the discussion about the globalization process of value chains and the supply chains. It is a risk. And the track of the discussion, the pandemic could accelerate the pre-existing trend of value chain nationalization, whose objective would be to guarantee internal supply. It can include domestic production incentives, restrictions of international access to domestic markets, many types of subsidies, legal or illegal, more access to credit, and the creation of new innovation policies. The innovation can be parentheses. The addition government could discourage the export of certain products by introducing barriers or removing various forms of incentives like tax or credit. Adoption of restrictive measures in a post-pandemic world would lead to a further retraction in economic activity, would bring losses in productivity and increase levels of poverty and inequality. In this sense, organizations from different areas have recommended the reduction, not to increase, of trade barriers, including World Health Organization and World Bank. For this reason, it recommended that Brazil and the world do not adopt the protectionist measures, but on the contrary, seeks to emphasize that any change in international standards must be a result of multilateral decisions. Another important issue in the international coordinating crisis management, pandemic exposed several problems of international coordination in crisis management. At this point, we need to be careful. Eventual retraction in the coordination and in the international cooperation activity would contribute to wide inequalities and increase the chance of new pandemic and other crises. An example, vaccination policies conducive in an environment of little international cooperation would have a higher cost and would not reach a larger part of the poor population or less development countries, which would have an impact not only on these countries, but worldwide. It's very important to stress that we need to learn from this crisis. International forums need to debate what the pandemic has revealed. There has always been an invisible population outside of economic statistics and the public policies. We saw it in Brazil. There are various forms of inequality which would be aggravated in a scenario of closed market and retraction of international trade. To conclude, it's necessary to recognize that international organizations and groups like G20, WTO, BRICS, OECD, and regional integration forums like Mercosur are important space of action. They need to be used and strengthened. Thank you. I finish now.
Thank you so much, Jose. Very also comprehensive, and you just picked on the points that we do need to pay special attention to. Allow me to now introduce Daniel Bradlow. He's associate professor of international development law and African economic relations, Center for Human Rights, Faculty of Law, University of Pretoria. I should say that Daniel not only holds the research positions, but at some points he also were doing practical issues as they're having the post in their South African Reserve Bank. So Daniel is able to evaluate the situation from different prospects and look at it at a variety of approaches. So Daniel, the floor is yours. Please give your view.
Thank you very much for that. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, it sounds like you can hear me. Great. I want to thank the organizers for inviting me to this conference and to congratulate them on organizing such an impressive virtual conference. I did have a PowerPoint presentation prepared, but I have some technical difficulties, and rather than waste time trying to sort that out and share that, I'll just talk from the presentation. The title of this panel is The Outlook of Global Economic Governance. And I would begin by saying that I think the outlook of global economic governance is poor. That the pandemic has exposed and maybe re-exposed flaws in the current formal arrangements for global economic governance, and has shown also that the de facto arrangements that have been working through this crisis are fragile and are really unregulated or ungoverned. And as I go through, I'll explain that a bit more. Secondly, to say that the political space for meaningful reform of these mechanisms that is not really there at the moment, and so it's unlikely that we can resolve the crisis in the short run. And then I want to conclude by saying a little bit about what we can do about this. So as you know, the way the international order was set up after the Second World War, the IMF and the IBRD, or now the World Bank, were expected to be the institutions that would deal with economic and financial crises as they arose. They've proven to be incapable of really dealing with the crisis that we have at the moment. And to give you some sense of that, Africa alone, sub-Saharan Africa, says that it needs $100 billion to deal with the crisis this year. If we look at what's come from the different institutions, the IMF so far has contributed 100 billion, or 101 billion to be more accurate, to 81 countries. It's given some small amount of debt relief to low-income countries, but really measured in single digits at the moment. It's proved unable to adopt the most obvious way of dealing with the crisis, which was to do a new allocation of SDRs. It also hasn't been able to convince the membership to do some reallocation of the SDRs that were issued for the global financial crisis and that have not yet been used by many of the rich countries. The World Bank has said it will commit 160 billion over 16 months for all the eligible countries, which is about 108 countries would need to use that money. And so far, up to July 2020, the end of its fiscal year, it had contributed $74 billion. The new institutions, such as the AIIB and the New Development Bank, the BRICS Bank, have contributed, but have also been limited in their contribution. The mechanisms that had been the regional safety net for monetary affairs that had been developed, such as the contingent reserve arrangement by the BRICS and the Chiang Mai Initiative multilateralization, neither of those have been activated. so that they essentially are dormant now. The UN, which in a way was supposed to be the coordinator of all the specialized agencies, has also had very limited influence, and its voice has hardly been heard in the economic area. In fact, one of the ironies of the crisis so far is that the one institution that seems to be talking most actively, not just about debt, but about all the other important aspects, the impact on poverty, is the IMF, which is supposed to be a monetary institution and rather than a development institution. Instead, what's happened is we've relied much more on de facto global governance, and also proving to be problematic. The G20, as people have said, does have a debt service sustainability initiative. It's proved to be limited in partly because of countries have been reluctant to use it, but also because it only covers official credit, and there's a limited amount of that. There has been stimulus from the G20 countries, but it's been done on a national basis rather than in the coordinated way it was done at the beginning of the global financial crisis. In fact, if we look, the most active and the most effective global monetary governance institution at the beginning of the crisis was the US Federal Reserve. And which is not designed in any way to play a role in global governance, but of course, because of the dollar's role, plays a very important role. It has swap lines for 14 countries, $90 billion for 9 of them, and an unlimited access for the 5 of the most powerful central banks in the world. It established a separate repo facility for other countries, but those countries had to have US treasuries in order to participate in that. Other central banks also have tried to give liquidity to the system, but also are focused on their home markets primarily. The private sector, and given the importance of private financial markets and private financial institutions in funding development, funding the global economy, have also proven to be inadequate as a mechanism for managing the crisis. They've been reluctant to participate in the debt service initiative. They've been reluctant to participate in any sort of collective response, and they've shown no willingness to share the burden of these unforeseen events. So the result is that we have an old order that's not fit for the current reality. It's not adequately resourced. The state, it still operates on the assumption states are the only actors in the global system, in effect, with limited possibilities for collective action at the moment. The specialization of institutions has proven to be a problem because the problems are becoming so holistic. The de facto order that we have now is based on the US dollar and is fragile. There are no standards to govern the way these actors such as the Federal Reserve are operating. It's able, in effect, to pick individual winners and losers and to do so in an unaccountable way, except to its domestic mandate. And as we know, a system based on a national currency can be weaponized. And we've seen many examples of how the US is using the dollar as a weapon as much as an international currency. So that's the difficult situation we find ourselves in. In the short run, it's not clear that there's the political will or the political space to do very much. But what is to be done in the long run? It's clear that we need new standards that acknowledge that economic, financial, monetary, political, cultural, environmental factors are all inextricably linked and must be dealt with holistically and collectively. And that these standards must apply not just to states, but to non-state actors as well. And that all the actors need to be held accountable in some way for that compliance. We also need new approaches for institutional arrangements that maintain an appropriate respect for sovereignty, that recognize that states are not the exclusive actors in global affairs as they were after the Second World War, but that there is a due regard for sovereignty. Secondly, that there's a greater role for non-state actors in global governance institutions and forums, that international organizations are resourced appropriately with not only financially, but with the skills and expertise that they need, and that are inclusive of all countries. And we've seen many examples coming out where international organizations are being shown to be less than inclusive and more hobbled by some of the prejudices of an old order. We need more effective coordination between specialized international organizations. And obviously there's an important role for institutions like the G20 there. We need respect for subsidiarity so that more responsibility and resources are given to regional and sub-regional organizations. And we need more stronger and independent accountability mechanisms. That's a tall order to do that in the short run. And so I'll conclude by saying, quoting Milton Friedman, he said, "Only a crisis, actual or perceived, produces real change. When that crisis occurs, the actions that are taken depend on the ideas that are lying around. The change we face now is to begin preparing the new models, the new standards, and the new institutions so that when the crisis really becomes most acute, we are the ones who have the ideas that are lying around." And with that, I'll stop. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Daniel. We have our last, and by all means not the least speaker, who is Professor Sang-Chul Park, who is a professor at Graduate School of Knowledge-Based Technology and Energy of Korea Polytechnic University. And we are asking to give your view from that part of the world, and then we'll be able to have a comprehensive picture, and then we'll be able to wrap up. I think, I'm not sure we have time for discussion, so let us move to Professor Park. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I'd like to share my presentation file. So do you see that? Right?
Yes, we can see it. Yeah.
Okay, good. So the title of my presentation is, as you know, the RCEP without Indian participation that happened last year. So my question is, can it work or be disturbed as a mega FTA? So let me introduce you the introduction part shortly. The global trade has become engine of economic growth at the global level, as you know. But now we are experiencing COVID-19 pandemic that could reduce from 13 to 32% of merchandise trade this year. That will hit the global economy pretty strongly. So RCEP without India was decided November last year. So Asia Pacific is a common ground for mega FTA with RCEP versus CPTPP, concluded 2017. So the Asia Pacific region is the area on the globe having two giant mega FTAs competing with each other. But still, the doors are open for India to RCEP as well as USA to CPTPP. So my research questions are, number one, Chinese strategies for RCEP and roles of RCEP in Asia Pacific. Secondly, what are reasons for Indian withdrawal? Last but not least, what could function of RCEP without India, as in my presentation title, whether it is working or not. So theoretical debates, I will skip. So first, as I informed, RCEP is practically the largest mega FTA on the earth, which was led by ASEAN, launching RCEP negotiations in 2013. But practically, it is led by China as first region-wide FTA, in the Asia-Pacific region. So South Korean approach was ASEAN plus 3, but Japanese approach was ASEAN plus 6, including Australia, India, and New Zealand. And finally, we agreed ASEAN plus 6 could be the major members in this mega FTA. So RCEP for China is practically the counter strategy against the TPP led by USA, trying to exclude China in the region. And at the same time, RCEP for ASEAN has become a tool for integrating ASEAN plus 1 FTA and including WTO guidelines, meaning that the multilateralism. So in Asia-Pacific region, CPTPP led by Japan because of USA withdrawal cannot be no longer rival for RCEP in terms of the size, economic size, So RCEP targeting to complete this year for free trade commitment. So RCEP is practically, as said, the largest trade bloc in 2018, even until now. So this figure shows who are major members between RCEP and TPP. And this graphic shows the total economic size of RCEP in terms of population, GDP, and trade in merchandise. It shows that the RCEP is nearly around 1/3 of the global economy covering. So RCEP is rising tool for China in the region, and therefore the other major economies such as Japan, Korea, and ASEAN are concerning pretty much about the overwhelming Chinese power in the region. So in this context, the strategic advantages of RCEP for major economies are all different, as this table shows. Mainly in China, it focuses on to become a superpower, not only in the region, but also at the global scale. In Japan, trying to get a better position to deal with China in the region and try to check and control expanding Chinese power, while India tries to focus mainly on economic benefits. So India's withdrawal from RCEP has many different reasons, but mainly, as said, economic as well as political reasons. India is one of the poorest and the lowest developed nation in RCEP. So India could benefit pretty much if it becomes the member of RCEP. However, it has still domestic barriers, particularly the Indian Prime Minister's hometown, Gadhar, the province. They are against the RCEP pretty much because of increasing trade deficit with China, as well as geopolitical discomfort toward China. All of you are very aware of what's happening, the border area between China and India, even at present. However, there is no big impact of India's withdrawal on RCEP. If you look at the entire economic size in the region, as a table and figure shows. So India is in fact the fourth largest economies in the RCEP. However, if you look at the trade volume, the Indian trade volume in the RCEP is smaller than South Korea. So that's the fact. What is the limited role of Indian economy in the RCEP? And that's the economic size is just less than 10% in the entire region, while the USA accounted for over 66% of entire TPP. This is the reason why, as I said, the CPTPP cannot function properly and cannot compete with RCEP because of US withdrawal. But it is a part of my conclusion. The Indian withdrawal could not impact on RCEP functioning properly because of its limited economic size and integrity in terms of economic cooperation and integration. So this analysis part, I can show you all statistical database more clearly. Since 1990, the intensifying the regional economic integration have emerged even in Asian Pacific regions. The major countries such as Japan, Korea, and China have contributed to the regional economic integration in different periods from 70s, 90s, and 2000s. As a result, the Asian Pacific region have become one of the 3 trade blocs without any legal binding compared with European Union and NAFTA. I show you all figures later.
Professor Park,
increasing region.
Could draw to a close because I think we need to wrap up and we will be cut off very soon. So if you could come to conclusions.
Okay, good. This graphic shows the regional integration of Asia compared to EU and NAFTA. And this graphic shows FDI and investment increasing in the region continuously. This graphic also, and this is the reason why India had to withdraw because of deficit. The size of deficit is enormous in the RCEP, and the major deficit comes from China, over 50%. So my conclusion is RCEP is initiated by ASEAN Plus 3 as the largest mega FTA, and RCEP is a rising strategy for China in the region, and weak Indian position in RCEP has resulted in its final decision on withdrawal. However, RCEP without India working out continuously, while CPTPP cannot function properly without USA participation. However, the doors are still open for both countries to India and USA. So in the future, we have to look at continuously whether this condition could be reversed. The possibility is more or less 50-50. It's depending on the global power gains and economic conditions. And I think the COVID-19 pandemic could affect these 2 nations, whether or not they will participate in the RCEP and CPTPP in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Park. I think it was
That's
really
all.
brilliant. It was really brilliant. And I think our panel managed to look at the current conditions in the global economic governance from different aspects, covering all the trends that are existing now, both due to pandemic and because of ongoing trends that actually became more acute because of pandemic, and see at the role of different parts of our world and different countries, systemically important countries that influence this current governance issues. With that said, I think we do not have more time for questions and discussion, but there is, and now I would like to give the floor to Marina for wrap up. Maybe if you find more time for discussions, you as a host will be deciding on that, but I'm giving my credentials over to you now. Thank you so much. And thank you to all the speakers. Once again, it was a pleasure.
Thank you, Victoria, and thanks to all the speakers indeed. And before I do the wrap up, I would like to apologize again for the technical problem we had with the putting on the recording, but we will be able to put it on the website together with the translation, and we'll be doing the transcript of the interventions, and they will also be available for the audience and of course for all the participants. And also, I would like to emphasize the fact that this was a public, and we actually discussed it before the event, whether it should be open to the journalists and it would be an open event, and decided that it should be, so there were journalists present. But before putting anything on the website and sharing it with wider audience, I will send it to you for getting a go-ahead on that. Now, I would like to say a couple of words, and then if you have got questions or reflections, then we could go into that. But some resume on the today's discussions. Well, basically what we agreed upon is that the COVID pandemic exacerbated inequality, digital divide, human rights divide. It revealed failures of the international institutions and lack of trust in multilateral organizations. It magnified the challenges of the debt accumulation, slow economic growth, trade conflicts, falling investment, polarization in the societies, and fragmentation of digital space. And we also talked that digitalization could be a factor of growth and inclusiveness, but for digitalization to become a driver of inclusive growth and sustainable development, many obstacles need to be addressed, including the digital divide in internet access, lack of digital public goods, data protection and privacy concerns, gaps in international coordination, cooperation and governance of artificial intelligence, cybersecurity and critical infrastructure protection challenges, diffuse and exclusive nature of digital cooperation architecture. And this is a huge and positive agenda of addressing these challenges. And the G20 has to play a crucial role in actually taking up this agenda and leading this agenda. And I agree that G20 should go back to its role of crisis manager, but also very important that it should act as a creator of the new inclusive digital governance architecture, both institutions, processes, and regulation on a wide range of issues of data governance, digital governance, digital platforms governance, artificial intelligence. Well, we had two concrete proposals for the G20 to establish Digital Stability Board with a mandate to identify vulnerabilities and propose policies and regulations, as well as monitor implementation. And for the G20 to promote the target of building inclusive digital governance as one of the targets of Sustainable Development Goal 17. Importantly, to succeed in building the new architecture, the digitalization has to be understood and perceived correctly. And this perception should be shared. And hence our role as the role of epistemic community in this very important task of developing the understanding. And it is equally important that we are bold enough, but also practical enough in putting forward ideas for political leaders and practitioners. And with that, I would like to say thank you to Saudi Arabia Think 20 presidency and Dr. Noura Mansouri, who presented the recommendations from the Think 20 process. And we also look forward to the subsequent discussions in the Think 20 and the summit. I also would like to say many thanks to the many institutions in the network and participating and contributing, and individuals contributing to the preparation and today's discussion. I also anticipate, we all, I think, anticipate, and we thank the Italian Institute for International Political Studies and Don Franco Bruni for his contribution to the Think 20 process and today's conference. And we also look forward to supporting the G20 in transition from Saudi Arabian presidency to the Italian presidency. And I think it is important that there are key people who have become the network, as Jonathan Luck has said earlier, who become the sort of hubs and poles of this network of Think 20. And I think that we are an important and continuous factor of G20 revitalization, and we can support it and re-energize it in acting on these important issues we discussed today. Thanks a lot. And again, apologies for some technical problems. This is the first time we are organizing this conference in Zoom. And I guess the problems were inevitable. And I hope that the next time we don't have to build on this experience and act better and work better in Zoom, but meet face to face. And the weather, by the way, is wonderful in Moscow. So I hope that next September or early October, we meet here for face-to-face meetings and communication in wonderful weather and very good environment. Thanks a lot. Thanks to all of you. Меня слышно? Меня было слышно? Хорошо. А что-то мне никто не отвечает.
Did you hear me? Did you hear me? Yes, I heard you very well.
Правильно я понимаю?
Yes, we are completing it. It's just that, is there anything you would like to add? I don't know, object to, express some wishes, or just say farewell?
Marina, thank you so much for your efforts and your team's efforts. I mean, it was an almost impossible task to pull this coordination effort off across the globe, and I think you did a fantastic job. So thank you for your time and your efforts.
Thanks a lot, Ella. Thank you. Thank you.
I'll echo that. Great job.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Marina. It was a very interesting discussion. All the panels really interesting. So
Yeah.
thanks to everyone.
Deborah, you're still with us. You're a hero from night to noon. Yeah. Well, thanks a lot, dear colleagues. It was a pleasure, and we'll follow up on this. I will be writing to all of you with new plans, which I think John would support me in for our special issues. We always do. Right, John? Thanks a lot.
Спасибо большое. Thank you, Marina.
Yeah, we complete. Ген, мы завершаем. Bye.
Спасибо большое, Marina, and for the whole team. Thank you very much for a great conference and a great session.
Спасибо. Спасибо.
Me too. I like to express, Marina, we really hope to meet each other early next October or late September in Moscow next year.
Yes, yeah, we hope so. Really.
Thank you.
Все, Лен, завершаем.